Great architect of the universe, we beseech thee to bless this, our present undertaking. We pray that you will prepare our hearts, minds, and consciences to receive the light of our speakers presenting at this Academy of Masonic Knowledge meeting. We thank you for the opportunity to come together and share our insights and knowledge of the craft with one another after an extended period. In thy name we pray. Amen.
So mote it be. At this time, we will perform the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this point, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Right Worshipful Brother Larry A. Durr, Right Worshipful Senior Grand Warden of the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania. Right Worshipful Sir, would you please approach the podium?
Good morning. Thank you, Yasser. On behalf of the Right Worshipful Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, our Right Worshipful Grand Master, Thomas Gammon IV, I'd like to welcome everyone here today. As Yasser has said, it's been almost 2 years since the Academy has met, and I've always got a great deal of information, and I've always enjoyed hearing our speakers, and today will be no different. We have some very interesting speakers to speak to you. So I'm looking forward to the day, and I hope that you enjoy it as well. So, Yasser, thank you, and we will continue.
Thank you, sir. At this time, it gives me great pleasure also to introduce the members of the Academy Committee. Not with us, and those who are with us. George E. Haynes, Chairman, was not able to be with us this morning. You've met Right Worshipful Larry A. Durr, Right Worshipful Grand Senior Warden, who's with us today. He's a member of the Academy's committee. Seth C. Anthony is our secretary, also was not able to make it this morning. Brother Erastus Z. Allen, who performed our prayer earlier. Lynn Bud Baker, if you don't mind rising so everybody can see you and know you. Bill Britton is also a member of this committee and wasn't able to be here. Robert DePalma had a family emergency this morning, so had his plans changed, and he's a District Deputy Grand Master. Peter M. Krause, past District Deputy Grand Master. Scott Mueller, past District Deputy Grand Master. Paul J. Raub, past District Deputy Grand Master and our Junior Grand Warden-elect. He was not able to be with us this morning. Theodore W. Schick, Jr. also sends his regrets. And with us is Richard Wenner. Thank you. Thank you all. And myself, Yasser A. Al-Khatib, a member of the Academy's committee, too. As you heard, we have a great program this morning. This is how the events will proceed this morning. We will do the recognition first of the scholars and those who have completed levels. We will then proceed with our program with the 3 speakers that we have. We will defer the questions and answers till after lunch. Once the presentations are done, we're going to head to lunch, and when we come back, we will complete or do our Q&As session at this point. Okay? Thank you. So at this time, I would ask Right Worshipful Brother Larry if you would join me, and Erastus Allen if you would join me down there, and we'll call on all the honorary recipients for today. So for level 1, I'm going to call first on Brother Benjamin Littman. approach. Ben has completed the level 1 scholar in our academy. Turn around and be in the picture, please. Congratulations, Ben. Thank you. I know Christopher Reed is not here. He couldn't make it this morning for a work-related event. Is Scott Watkins here? Brother Scott? Nope. Brother Sean P. Dougherty? Don't think I saw him this morning. He is not. And I know Leonard Altieri from Community Lodge is not here this morning either. Seth Anthony, our secretary, has completed level 1 also. And finally, Lance Stange, senior, has completed level 1. Now, brethren, you're going to hear some names repeated more than once because you can imagine over the course of the last 2 years, some were not able to come here. We didn't have the meeting and couldn't get their levels. So you might hear some names being repeated in level 2 and level 3 also. Lance Stange again, level 2. Leonard Altieri completed level 2 also. Brian E. Peters. Is Brother Brian here? Nope. Okay. Brian Beschler. Nope. Joseph Miele. Nope. And James Proctor, level 2. Scott Watkins. I'll see him. Ryan Kalasic is not here. And finally, for level 2, Andrew Nightingale. That's awesome. We're happy to have you. I would like to call now on level 3 recipients, starting with my brother and friend, John J. Heatherson, who has completed all 3 levels during this pandemic. John, please approach. And don't leave, you have 2 pins too. I know a number of the recipients also could not make it this morning. Another brother that completed all 3 levels during the last 2 years is Brother Robert Burt, who I was on the phone with last night, and he sends his regrets and looks forward to receiving this at his district sometime soon. Lance Stange, also you heard me repeat his name twice earlier with level 1 and level 2, has completed level 3. Jeremy Johnson, Brother Jeremy had moved during the pandemic, or right before the pandemic, down to Texas. So we will be sending this to him. For work purposes, he moved down to Texas. He was originally from there and was finishing his studies up here in Pennsylvania and became a dual member. James Davis actually is also now had moved down to Texas. He got stationed down in Texas for a while, and now he's in Georgia serving in our armed forces and couldn't be here. Leonard Altieri, as I mentioned, couldn't be here, and he had also completed all 3 levels while during the pandemic. Brother Jack Spees, Past District Deputy Grand Master. I don't see him here today with us, but he also completed the Master Masonic Scholar level, and I'm sure we'll do a presentation for him at some point. Chris Lee Rowan. Is Chris here? I don't see him. And Brother Kevin Wheeler, who's a dual member between here and Illinois, in Pennsylvania and Illinois, also had completed all 3 levels and obtained or achieved the Master Masonic Scholar level. Unfortunately, these brethren couldn't be with us here today, but at this point, I would like to ask all Master Masonic Scholars to rise and be acknowledged. Thank you, brethren. Thank you. While down here, I truly want to also acknowledge a few brethren that have helped tremendously with this effort this morning. Tony Dentino, Anthony J. Dentino III, Master Masonic Scholar, thank you so much for being here this morning. Benjamin Littman, Brother Benjamin, thank you for your help this morning. Brother Eric Krogstad, also Master Masonic Scholar, in the back, helping with our streaming and recording for this event and audio. Brother Nick Vitis, Past Master, also helping this morning. Thank you so much for being dedicated to the Academy and to Masonic knowledge. At this time, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Brother Chick Cicero. Charles Chick Cicero was born in Buffalo, New York. An early love of music, particularly of the saxophone, resulted in Chick's many years of experience as a lead musician in several jazz, blues, and rock ensembles. Working with many famous performers in the music industry, Chick's interest in Freemasonry and the Western esoteric tradition resulted in research articles on Rosicrucianism and the Knights Templar, printed in such publications as Ars Quatuor Coronatum and the 1996-2000 transactions of the Metropolitan College of the SRIA. Chick is a member of several Masonic, Martinist, and Rosicrucian organizations. He is a past Grand Commander of the Grand Commandery of Knights Templars in Florida, 2010 to 2011, and he currently serves as the Chief Adept for the Florida College of Societas Rosicruciana in Civitabus Foederatis. He was also a close personal friend and confidant of Dr. Israel Rigardi. Having established a Golden Dawn Temple in 1977, Chick was one of the key people who helped Rigardi to resurrect it as a legitimate initiatory branch of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn in the United States in the early 1980s. He met his wife and co-author, Sandra Tabitha Cicero, shortly thereafter. Both Chick and Tabitha are chief adepts of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn as re-established by Israel Rigardi. It is my great honor to welcome Chick with us here in Pennsylvania. Chick, the floor is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm going to give a brief history of the relationship between Freemasonry, the Golden Dawn, and Rosicrucianism, and so forth. And we're going to start off, basically I'm going to try to explain the history of how this all came about. I know with myself, I started in 1977. It's been a long time since I've been working at this, a little over 40 years. And it's one of these things that you work at, and the combination of being a Freemason and working with the Golden Dawn, sometimes the two come together, and you see the relationship between them. It's totally amazing every time I think about it and work with it, how much and how little I know. Because you're constantly learning. It's a constant learning process that everyone and everybody should, and hopefully, well, I know you all as Masons are working to be better men. This will bring you, this type of teachings then bring you on to another position in life, which we call the spiritual or consecrated man. So it's all a part of who we are and what we hope to be. We are human beings first, and then we want to make it that attachment to the spirituality within us to make us better men. And on top of that, understand who and why we're here. So let me go on and let me talk to you a little bit about the light and extension. And that's Koch's, Pox, light and extension, the LVX formulas, and so forth. Now, no organization has had a greater impact on the Western esoteric tradition or Western ceremonial magic than that of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. In 1888, by a group of Kabbalists, Rosicrucians, and Freemasons. It would be hard to find a magical order that has not borrowed heavily, and I mean that seriously. They have borrowed and continually taken parts of the teachings and have encompassed it, and they never really give credit to the Golden Dawn. It's sort of it's always been a society that's been in the background. So I know many of you have probably never heard of it. But if you do go into your library, and especially Mackey's Encyclopedia, you will find the teachings of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. The study and the curriculum is used in modern esoteric practice. Standard Golden Dawn rituals and exercises such as the lesser banishing ritual of the pentagram and the middle pillar exercise have been virtually co-operated by the numerous other groups and co-operated by numerous other groups. Like a Masonic fraternity, the Golden Dawn is not a religion. Although religious imagery and spiritual concepts play an important role in its work, members are usually admitted to the order by the way of ritual initiation. That is infused with the magical disciplines such as the energized visualization. The Golden Dawn is called the Hermetic Order because it is focused on the magical occult sciences derived by the Western esoteric tradition, also known as Hermeticism. This refers to Hermes Trismegistus, or Hermes Thrice Great. the Greek and god Hermes figure, said to be the first and the greatest of all magicians, as well as the founder of the arts and sciences. The heart of the Golden Dawn system of magic is often referred to as theurgy. Now, this is important because it can be confused. It is called theurgy, which means God workings. God workings. Its goal is summed up in the obligation of the Adeptus Minor, which states, I further promise, I swear that with the divine permission, I will from this day forward apply myself to the great work, which is to purify and exalt my spiritual nature, so that with the divine aid I may at length attain to be more than human, and thus gradually raise and unite myself to my higher and divine genius. This is the light that guides the path of the Golden Dawn initiate. Now, when I say more than human, I don't mean that you're becoming something. It's the edge that you get from the teachings, the study. Just as in Masonry, you're given an edge over the common man who just goes to work and does his thing, watches television, goes to sleep, and so forth. These teachings give you that edge to find out who you are and what you represent in this universe that we all live in. The great work indicates a journey for union with the divine. Union with the divine. Although the practice of magic often involves consecrating talismans, performing invocations, divinations, and similar methods. And now I want to explain the word magic. I'm not talking about some guy taking a rabbit out of a hat. Magic was corrupted probably around 13 or 1400. It was a process that they all used and still uses today. The true meaning of magic is the self-realization of who you are and what you're good. It's not that trickery. The trickster took the word magic and turned it into something that it really isn't. So don't get that confused when I say magic. It is the communion with the sacred source. Everything else is a distant second. What led us up to the creation of the Golden Dawn? Just what exactly was in the air? To understand this, we can overstate the importance of the Hermetic. The Hermetic text said to have been written by the legendary priest and magician Hermes Trismegistus. Although the Hermetic books were not very different from other ancient texts or philosophy, they became extremely important because of the high position given to them by the Renaissance. The Renaissance thinkers of the 15th and 16th centuries, they were also judged to be acceptable to the Christian church. Now, this is very important because the Christian church accepted them. For nearly 1,500 years, highly usually for books written by an Egyptian initiate who was named after a pagan god. And because of this remarkable acceptance, the Hermetic books have played an important role in Western culture. In the mind of the Renaissance philosopher, Hermes Trismegistus had been a real person and a great teacher who had foreshadowed the teaching of Christ. There were actually two classes of Hermetic literature, obviously not within the same person, but by several persons and people. The first most popular type, which dates from the 3rd century BC, deals with the practice such as astrology, alchemy, the secret properties of the planets, gemstones, magic, medicine, and the making of talismans. The second, more advanced type, which dates from the 2nd and 3rd century AD, is comprised of several books about religious philosophy. That is one of the nice things. We have an opportunity in our studies. We try to study all the Bibles and the philosophies and compare them and get a sound, balanced feeling for the religious aspects of them. In addition to a cryptic text known as the Emerald Tablet, the most important of the Hermetic books, such as the Divine Pymander, are contained in the Corpus Hermeticism. They describe the creation of the universe, cosmic principles, the divine soul, the nature of humanity, and the spiritual beings, man's desire to know God, and the way to achieve spiritual rebirth. Both types of Hermetic books, magically and philosophically, shared the same origin. Separating them into two groups was purely a modern distinction that would have been meaningless in ancient times. The more philosophical books even furnish a rationale for conducting experiments in ritual magic. However, the greatest practical magic that was contained within the text had to do with the perfecting of humanity. The perfecting of humanity. The recognition of the sacred spark within the human soul, and the means by which the sparks could be reinfused to the divine books. Armed with the Corpus Hermeticism, Renaissance philosophers such as Marsilio Ficini began to praise the positive natures of what they called natural magic, or the natural science of the celestial bodies. Ficino's student Pico della Mirandola was the first prominent Christian scholar to embrace the Jewish Kabbalah, placing it in the front of the Hermetic tradition and changing that tradition forever. The worldview adopted by the Hermeticism was basically a magical one. Eventually, it was considered as an esoteric outer faith of the general public. Another important influence was the Rosicrucians. Rosicrucianism, a mystical and philosophical movement that emerged in Germany in the 17th century and was said to have been created by the mystical founder Christian Rosenkreuz. The primary text of the Rosicrucians, the Fama, the Confessio, and the Chemical Wedding, were written anonymously, giving the movement an irresistible aura, an aura of mystery and intrigue. The Rosicrucian movement spawned several groups concerned with the study of Christian mysticism, philosophical and religious doctrine, alchemy, Kabbalah, and spiritual transformation. in the late 17th century and early 18th century saw the rise of the Age of Enlightenment. Ah, the Age of Enlightenment. An intellectual reaction against witch hunts and religious persecution of early times. Its roots can be traced back to the humanism of the Renaissance, which promoted science and academic interest in classical texts and values. The Age of Enlightenment was marked by the celebration of reason, the faculty by which human beings comprehend the universe and advance their own existence. Knowledge, freedom, and happiness were considered to be the goals of the rational or thinking human being. Ironically, extreme rationalism of the 18th century was countered by the renewed interest in mysticism, secret societies, and Freemasonry. The tradition of the past were examined for nuggets of spiritual wisdom. They included ancient Egyptian religion, Hermeticism, Gnosticism, classical Greek philosophy, and Neoplatism. There were also a number of attempts to recreate the practical version of the initiation rites of the ancient mysteries religions. Some of these were inspired by the Kabbalist teachings, such as the Martinez di Pasquale, the rite of the elect Cohens, the Martinist order, or Louis Claude de Saint-Martin, and quasi-Masonic orders, such as the Egyptian rite of Freemasonry, created by Count Alessandro Castellero. Eventually, the Age of Enlightenment fell victim to the own extreme. Although its optimistic view of human progress survived, the reaction against blind reason came in the form of the Romanticism, the cultural movement of the late 18th century. Rosicrucianism formed an individual expression of emotion and religious imagination, as well as renewed interest in nature, the subjective, personal, the spontaneous, the visionary, and the mystical. By the mid-1800s, Europe was experiencing a huge growth of interest in occultism, Hermetic traditions, especially in England and France. The movement, also called the French occult revival, was spearheaded by individuals such as the former Catholic clergyman and writer Eliphas Levi. Dogma and ritual of high magic would become a cornerstone of Western esoteric tradition. Levi pointed out the relationship between the 22 major cards of the tarot and the 22 letters of the hidden Hebrew alphabet, a concept that would later become an important part of the Golden Dawn's teachings. Levi's writing on the Kabbalists and the Kabbalah, the creation of talismans, and the idea of the astral light would also be embraced by the founders of the Golden Dawn. Another important figure in the occult revival of the 19th century was Frederick Hockley, a spiritualist, a Freemason, and a Rosicrucian. Hockley's experiments with spirit communication, scrying, and clairvoyance using crystals and magic mirrors were recorded over 60 years, a 60-year span in 30 volumes or journals. He transcribed many unpublished works on Kabbalah, alchemy, and magic. Hockley's companion in the Rosicrucian Society would have had access to his work. The 19th century was a time of discovery as England continued to explore the furthest reaches of the world. There was a great deal of curiosity above the traditions of the Celts and the mysticism of the Far East. There was also much interest in the ancient Egypt, fueled in no small part by Sir E.A. Wallace Budge, curator for the British Museum, Department of Egyptian and Assyrian Antiquities. Budge was able to secure several valuable manuscripts, Babylonian tablets, and Egyptian papyri from the British Museum, including a well-preserved version of the Book of the Dead, which contained a variety of religious and magical texts. At this time, there was an increased interest in Freemasonry, the worldwide fraternity that emphasized basic morality and ethical growth through symbols such as the building of King Solomon's Temple, initiation into the various degrees of Masonry involved an elaborate system of symbolic ritual. A surge of men wanted to become Masons, and as a result, many new lodges were founded during that late 1800s. Masonic rites included secret passwords, signs, knocks, and grips, or handshakes, all of which would directly influence the structure of the Golden Dawn initiation ceremonies. When the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn was founded in 1888, the name Hermes was invoked to describe a system that blended the many names of Hermes, many threads of the Hermetic tradition into a unified body of teachings, both practical and philosophical, designed to improve the spiritual health of its initiators. Now Westcott. I'm sure most of you have heard of Westcott. He had a lot to do with the recreation of the Rosicrucian groups in England, France, and here in the United States. He also had a lot to do with writings and teachings and the Masonic teachings that we have all studied. The Golden Dawn was also one of his brainchilds. Dr. William Westcott, a London coroner and physician, as well as a prominent Freemason. Westcott was an active member of Quater Coronati Lodge, the English Association for Masonic Research. In 1891, Westcott became the Supreme Magus of the Society of Rosicrucians in Anglia, or the SRIA, a group composed of master masons. In esoteric circles, Westcott was widely respected for his knowledge of the Kabbalah, alchemy, and the Hermetic philosophy. He published an impressive volumes of work in both the Hermetic and medical fields. Many esoteric books were translated by resolute occultists, including the famous Kabbalistic text, the Sefer Yetzirah, and Libis Levi's treatise in tarot, the magical ritual of the Sanctum Rectum. Westcott edited a series of Hermetic and Gnostic texts and published them as individual volumes of his Collectia Hermetica series. He also printed a series of papers for the SRIA. I think most of you have heard of the SRIA in England, the Society of Rosicrucians in Anglia, including numbers, their occult power and mystic virtue, an introduction to the study of the Kabbalah, and the Rosicrucian past and present as at home and abroad. Westcott was interested in the many forms of masonry that thrived outside the traditional craft. He was actively involved in most of the esoteric orders that were in Britain at the time. However, many of the orders were theoretically study groups that did no practical work. Westcott longed for something more. This is what's so important. He was restless. He studied. He did all the work in the Masonic bodies. And he wanted something more. He wanted something more. But he also put this knowledge to practical magical use. He imagined an order open to both men and women. Men and women. And was able to create the order after finding a manuscript written in cipher that contained the outlines of the series of the quasi-Masonic rituals and initiatory rites. Now, here's where the fun begins. The exact origin of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn have long been a point of debate. The dispute centers on the set of practical and papers called the Cipher Manuscripts. In 1886, Westcott acquired a set of documents written in cipher. They turned out to be coded outlines for the rituals and teachings of the magical order. But where did the cipher manuscripts come from? Where did they really come from? That was the big question. Westcott claimed that he got the papers from Reverend Adolphus Woodford. But that story seems unlikely. Woodford was an old man, and who was said to have received the manuscripts from a dealer in curios. Some think that Westcott created this 60-odd page of cipher manuscripts. Others think they were written by Lord Butler Lytton, the authors of the occult novel called Zanoni. Others possible sources of the cipher manuscript were suggested, including a Jewish Masonic lodge in Frankfurt called Morgenroth, or Lodge of the Dawning Light, as well as the Kabbalistic College in London, headed by an influential rabbi named Johann Falk. Both of these groups were suspected to have ties to the mysterious Hermanius Temple, number 2 of the Golden Dawn. However, there were no evidence to support of these theories. The leading Golden Dawn historian R.A. Gilbert claims that the cipher manuscripts were written by Kenneth Mackenzie, the author of the Royal Masonic Encyclopedia, and a leading member of the SRIA. Mackenzie had known Eliphas Levi and was a friend of Frederick Holland, another esoteric Mason. The cipher manuscript was probably intended to be the blueprint of the Society of Eight, a Golden Dawn prototype group founded in 1883 by Frederick Holland, which never fully got off the ground. Westcott received the documents from Mackenzie. Mackenzie's widow in 1886. And a couple years later, the Golden Dawn came into being. The pages were written in cipher found in 1600, the 16th century. Cryptographic books by Jacques Tremitius called Polygraphia. It's provided to be a series of ritual outlines for an occult order. Westcott finished out the outlines into full working rituals. With such a strong Masonic background, Westcott understood the idea of the organization through hierarchy. Masonic lodges could not exist without a legitimate charter from a Grand Lodge. Masonic lodges could not exist without a legitimate charter from a Grand Lodge. So, Westcott must have felt the need to provide evidence that the Golden Dawn was not something created out of thin air, that it had a history to back it up. He needed a pedigree or some sort of to prove that the GD had a legitimate hierarchy or hierarchical succession from some distant authority. Since such no hierarchical authority ever existed for the Golden Dawn, Westcott fabricated. He fabricated one. Why did he do this? It was practically the only way he could attract Freemasons, Rosicrucians, and other serious occultists to his new order. An additional paper, also written in cipher, was initiated or inserted in the manuscript. This was later contained the credentials. They actually had credentials printed and added it of a woman in Germany named Fräulein Sprengel, said to be an adept of an order, a temple and order known as Die Golden Dämmerung, or the Golden Dawn. Through a series of letters, Fräulein Sprengel supposedly authorized Westcott to establish a new temple in England, and gave him permission to sign her name on any document that was needed. In the spring of 1888, Westcott produced a charter of warrant for the Isis Urania number 3 of the Order of the Golden Dawn in London. While the cipher manuscripts is genuine, it is certain that Westcott made up the story about Fräulein Sprengel, and the letters R.A. Gilbert has pointed out that the mysterious Fräulein's magical notes and motto, the wise in the rule, the wise shall rule the stars. That was her motto. The wise shall rule the stars. Was the same motto used by another lady called Anna Kingsford, the founder of the Hermetic Society. Kingsford was probably the unsuspected model of Westcott's fabricated Fräulein. Kingsford died in 1888, the year the Golden Dawn was founded, by making Fräulein Sprengel a high-ranking official in an obscure German order. Westcott made her influential, credible, and unbreachable. And once the mystical German Sorer had served her purpose, she conveniently died. So he was off the hook, so to speak. The three founders anyway, of the Golden Dawn. Once Westcott had fleshed out the ritual orders of the cipher manuscripts, he needed help in getting his new order off the ground. One of Westcott's colleagues in the task was Dr. William Robert Woodman, a retired physician, a respected Freemason and member of the SRIA. He served as the editor for the Society of the Journal, the Rosicrucians. When Robert Wentworth Little, the founder of the SRIA, died in 1878, Woodman became the supreme magus and exported it as his influence to Australia and America. It quickly became the world's premier Rosicrucian society. Woodman's was created with adding among Kabbalistic emphasis to the students of the SRAA. On the three founding members of the Golden Dawn, the true magician of the order was Samuel Liddell Mather McGregor. Like the others, he was a highly ranking Freemason and a member of the SRIA. Among the three founders, Mathers had been the most criticized and most admired. Both views are often the mark. For Mathers was neither a villain nor a superhuman god, but he was one of the more colorful characters in the history of the Golden Dawn, displaying many of the assets and liabilities associated with those who preserve great genius and creativity. He was quite a genius in his work. But one of the bad things, he was poor and desolate. He didn't have any money. So consequently, he lived off of a lot of people. So I guess maybe that's why he had a lot of time to write these rituals and do an exploration and teachings and study. Mathers was a silent ritualist, and despite the fact that he often lived in poverty, he produced some of the finest teachings in the Western esoteric tradition. However, he was capable of being an eccentric tyrant. He was a tyrant. As a practical magician, Mathers had few equals. Of the four founding members, Mathers was the primary chief of the inner order. He made the Golden Dawn into a truly magical initiatory order, lifting it miles above the occult study societies at the time. Together, Westcott, Mathers, and Woodman became a triad known as the greatly honored chiefs of the order. The Isis Urania Temple, number 3, in London, was inaugurated in February of 1888, and the Golden Dawn was born. By the end of the 1888, the Isis Temple had 32 members, 9 women and 23 men. During its recent and most active period from 1888 to 1903, other temples were established, including the Osiris Temple in the Western Supermare, the Horus Temple in Bradford, the Amun-Ra Temple in Edinburgh, and the Hathor Temple in Paris. Over the period of time, the order stimulated and initiated approximately 350 people, 1/3 of whom were women. As the original order, 1/3 of these students advanced beyond the outer order grades of the Golden Dawn to become members of the inner college. And I must confess that we as Golden Dawn have been working with the Golden Dawn over 40 years here in the United States. And we have achieved much more, and with many, probably thousands of initiates in our order. So we've taken it a step further. And as I look out in the audience, I see a lot of Masons, and most of our members are Masons, and Masons, active Masons. So it works. It's just one of those things that works. It doesn't influence. One of the things is to keep, you have to keep these things separate. You can't be mixing them. You keep them separate. When I go to Masonic lodges and whatever I'm participating in the York Rite or whatever, at that particular time I am the York Rite and I am a Mason. When I go in the Golden Dawn Temple, I work the Golden Dawn. You have to make a distance between these different initiatory groups. If you try to mix them together, you get nothing but gook. I don't know how else to explain it. I'm a Mason first. Over the period of time, how was the Golden Dawn structured? How was it structured? Like Freemasonry, the Golden Dawn took advantage of the traditional Western lodge tradition and the lodge systems. The lodge system can be described as a kind of template which had been used by the a variety of fraternal orders, societies, and social clubs. Within the template, a lodge is a group of people who organize and perform initiations. Now, the word initiation means beginning. Initiation, the beginning of a journey. It is a ceremony process by producing a specific change in the human consciousness. Alchemists, magicians, and mystics saw in the Masonic tradition and Masonic initiations an echo of the mystery religions of the ancient world, as well as a powerful tool for magical work. Magicians often describe the process of initiation in terms of charging a talisman, where something that is static and lifeless is consecrated and given life, getting a piece of nothing and making it real, making it mean something to you. You bring life to it, and only you could do it. And nobody's going to believe you, so it really doesn't matter. Only it matters to you. So you bring it, you put the energy into it, it becomes yours. Put it in your pocket, wear it around your neck, whatever. The physical space of any lodge-style group is very similar. The room is rectangular, usually often from the east to the west, with a door in the west between the lodge room and the antechamber. A guard stands watch in the west, and the officers sit in various stations around the lodge room. Members sit in the north and in the south. The officers in the east and west represent an important polarity of the opposites. Usually light and darkness. Light and darkness. In the Golden Dawn, these officers are named other officers from the ancient Greek mysteries, religion, In the east is the Hierophant, which means the initiating priest. And in the west is the Hieros, which means the priest. The middle of the room contains symbolism and important to the group, such as an altar. In the group's dawn, the center of the Golden Dawn, the center of the room also contains a third officer, known as the Hegemon, meaning guide, who meditates between light and darkness, providing a balanced middle pillar between them. The concept of the time is also defined within the Lodge system. Smooth transitions from one part of the ritual to the next mark periods of times during which ordinary consciousness shifts to the ritual consciousness and back again, opening, invocations, initiations, advancements into the different grades. Degrees of grades and designs. Golden Dawn ritual openings indicate a banishing ritual, which works to cleanse the area of unwanted energies that would disturb the ceremony. So you do an opening and you do a banishing ritual. You cleanse the room. You make sure there's no enemies or entities there that you don't want. How many times have you gone into the room, the lodge, and everybody feeling good and something goes goofy, and you go, something happened, and you don't know what it is, and everybody gets in a bad mood or something like that. You kick them out. You kick that energy out of the room. Kick them out. In order, thank you. I do need this. Thank you, dear. In order to understand the nature of the initiation into the grades of the Golden Dawn, it's important to know something about the principles that system is founded upon. The basic philosophy behind the grade system is the Kabbalah, a Hebrew mystical system that describes the cosmos and includes knowledge of the universe, fundamental essence, structure, and revolution. Evolution. Israel Regardie, I don't know if you remember him. He was a great Masonic teacher and, Rosicrucian teacher. Stated that the Kabbalah is a trustworthy guide leading to comprehension of the universe and of oneself. And oneself. By studying the Kabbalah, you could start to understand yourself, because the Kabbalah represents you. It means something to you. I wish I had time, maybe in some other time, I would just love to go through the teachings with you, but this is just an introduction. The main structure of the Kabbalah is the Tree of Life. Now, I know you've heard of the Tree of Life. An archetypal pattern that is the model for which the existence. It is composed of 10 levels of emanations, known as Sephiroth, represented by the 10 circles of the sphere or spheres. Each Sephira represents one specific divine attribute or level of consciousness. The paths that connect them are the roads we can take to arrive at these different levels. The grades of the Golden Dawn correspond to the Sephiroth on the Kabbalistic Tree of Life. These grades also have elemental and planetary attributions. They are further divided into some separate groups known as the First Order. First or outer order of the Golden Dawn. The Second Order, Fraters. The Second Order is the RR at AC, the red rose and the cross of gold. This is where you start to do Masonic ritual work, the teachings, you have built a foundation. And the foundation is not built on sand. It's solid rock. So when you move forward, you move steadfast. The grades of the Golden Dawn correspond to the Sephirot of the Kabbalistic tree of life. These grades also have elemental, planetary attributions. They are further divided into three separate groups known as the first outer order of the Golden Dawn, the second or inner order of the RRNAC, and the third order or invisible order, which is non-physical and cannot be obtained by living initiates. Although recently we've had people claiming to be of the third order, which can be very funny. I sometimes ask them, "Are you alive?" You know, as they walk around with their heads high, and actually, if they're in the third order, they shouldn't be walking. So, anyway, this grade structure is based upon that of the SRIA. Through that, state back had the system used by the German Rosicrucian lodges of the 18th century and can be found in Kenneth Mackenzie's Royal Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. All this, what I've been talking about, is in Kenneth Mackenzie's Royal Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. Some of you probably have skipped over it, and sometimes I don't blame you, but sometimes this time take a look at it. There are numbers attached to each grade, such as the neophyte is the 0 equals 0, Zelator 1 equal 10, the Arcus 2 equal 9, and so on, and so on, and so on. The first number represents the number of the steps of the initiation, symbolical taken on the tree of life. The second refers to the number of the Sephira on the tree of life. And it represents the grade. The lowest grade also corresponds to the element, while the higher grade are attributed to the planets and the higher celestial forces. The image of the square and the circle are placed around these numbers to remind the initiates that the quest for spiritual growth is not easy. The request for spiritual growth is not easy. I wanted to repeat that. The Golden Dawn is organized as a hierarchy system. The outer order is headed and directed by three individuals known as the greatly honored chiefs of the order, who govern as a triad. Besides their administrative duties, the greatly honored chiefs take on the god forms of certain Egyptian deities and act as magical batteries that mediate between the inner plane context of the third order and the second and the first. The names of the three chiefs are in Latin. The imperator, which means commander or leader. The premonstrator, meaning one who prophesizes. And the cancellarius or chancellor, who is in charge of the written record and communications. In the outer hall, the ritual work is carried out by the three officers Aird mentioned. The Hierophant, the Hieros, and the Hagaman, who preside over the dawning light in the east, the twilight of the west, and the middle pillar or the middle path balance between them. Outer officers include the clerics, or the herald. He who makes announcements and leads movement around the hall. Purification and consecrations are carried out by the stellistes and the didahos, which represent the elements of water and fire. The phylix, or sentinel, guards the outer hall. It all sounds familiar, doesn't it? Finally, the presiding officers of the previous term, the past hierophant, is seated on the dais among with the greatly honored chiefs. The outer officers are appointed to serve in their offices for 6 months, from equinox to equinox. The equinoxes were chosen because they are a time of perfect balance between day and night, or the imposing forces of light and dark. The arrival of the equinox is marked with a special ritual in which the opening and the outgoing officers relinquish their stations in magical regalia, and the newly appointed officers are installed. The temple is magically reconsecrated, and the members are given a new password for the following semester. Just as in Masonry, one of the major goals of the Golden Dawn Temple is to confer initiation and pass the teachings out to the next generation of initiates. Since both groups follow the traditional lodge system, they both use a similar overall pattern and type of teachings to confer initiation. Candidates are placed in a respective or receptive state by various methods such as hoodwinks and binding ropes. Blindfolded, they are led around the hall as an experience which puts them off balance and heightens awareness. Deliberate, carefully concealed shocks, such as loud noises or sudden involvements, add to the element of surprise and make a discomfort to intensify the initiatory experience. It startles them. It makes them aware of where they are in the east, and it makes them where they're going in the west. They can't see anything. As the high point in the initiation, the presiding officer confers an oath of secrecy, which the candidate repeats. After this, different officers confer various points of knowledge to the candidate, such as the password, grip, and sign of that degree, information that guarantees admission into the hall in the future. Beyond that, these signs and symbols will act as triggers that will reference the memory of that self-first initiation and its a sense of intense enlightenment. It does get dry. Brothers, the initiation ceremonies of the Golden Dawn are based on a series of mystery plays, a ritual drama where the officer creates a spiritual figure or a drama, where the officers separate and recreate spiritual legends that are essential to the Western esoteric tradition. In the neophyte ceremony, the ritual narrative concerns the Egyptian story of the weighing of the soul and the trial of judgment. In the Grade of Zelator, the dogma centers on the Hebrew tabernacle, of the West Wilderness. Other grades focus on the Yahweh, the conquering the sea, and the biblical account of the fall of the kings of Edom. The legend of the ancient Greeks are included, as in the Samothracian mysteries. Of the Kabiri, in the second order, the primary theme is the allegory of the Christian Rosenkreuz and the Rosicrucian Brotherhood. Sometimes a particular legend is explained to the candidate while being acted out as a salater ceremony. As other times, the legend is enacted on a purely magical and physical level, without the knowledge of the candidate, as in the neophyte ceremony. Whether or not the candidate is made aware of the narrative drama underlying the trial or the actual ritual, every indication or initiation is the focus of the material cooperation of the astral light. I'm running out of steam. Intended to help the candidate into his or her quest for the spiritual growth. In one respect, the candidate has a new talisman to purify and consecrate to the divine power. In the neophyte ceremony, the offers invoke the supreme light, the temple, and work to implant the light into the candidate's aura. In the grades that follow, the officers invoke the divine energies associated with the four elements of earth, air, water, and fire into the candidate's aura in order to effect the balance and integration. Finally, in the portal initiation, the ceremony, the crowning element of spirit is added, like capstone that seals the presence of elementary unity. Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey, and then you add spirit, and the word then becomes Yahshua, which means Jesus in Hebrew. So it becomes very, very serious. To be clear, the first order of the Golden Dawn does not teach practical magic. It's conferred initiation and provided instruction in the basics of Kabbalah, Tarot, astrology, and magical symbolism. In its regards, it was not very often from other orders at the time, but when the second or inner order was established in 1891, the Golden Dawn became the sometimes greater. It was written the order of the Rose Ruby et Horie Crucis, or the order of the Red Rose and the Golden Cross, whether the initiates moved from the philosophy to practical. They were expected to study and manifest the various aspects of the religious achievements of knowledge at the Golden Dawn system. In what one's the Golden Dawn teach at one's Golden Dawn magical explores the fundamental relationship between the humanity and the divine. It expresses vital knowledge of that inner self that is forever installed and linked with the sacred source of the ultimate unity. One of the things that I insist on, as a group, we become one. Unity. Unity is the most important thing, because in all our teachings, We are teaching you to become unified with your body and your mind, to become one, so that you can be that intellectual as well as a spiritual. This is so important, and sometimes it's missed in other bodies. To the outside, some of these methods might not appear to promote the quest for the divine light. For example, magicians create talismans for a whole host of reasons. The Jupiter talisman are often created by magicians who feel the need for the monetary resources. They are looking for money, so they make a Jupiter talisman. And Libra talismans have been created to help resolve many wonder how performing a tarot reading could possibly advance one's union with the divine. To critics of magic, these objective terms are self-centered. The key to these workings is eternal ethical motivation or interpretation. Western magicians view magic as an active rather than a passive proceeding for sometimes spiritual growth. Skilled magicians are able to build an image of the goal in the astral light, just as skilled engineers are able to craft a blueprint of either engines from their imagination. What is first imagined can be created. Theurgy or God working, assisted by meditation and other ritual exercises, set the groundwork for the higher awareness and the active union, while the divine, the talisman consecration, and the similar workings are methods for training the mind to word. I'm getting tired. I'm going to have to go to the end. No, I don't want that. I just want to finish. Now, the second order of the RRAC members were expected to put all. Would you put the slide of the vault up? This is the slide of the vault of the Adepti. When you reach the second order, you will enter this room and you will have the knowledge. By then you will have been taught the knowledge to work and be part of this. It's a beautiful room. It's a stillness. When you're in there, you can meditate. You could have an experience that is unbelievable. The colors are flashing.
Come back to the mic.
What?
Come back to the mic so people can hear you.
Oh, come back to the mic. Oh, okay. Excuse me, I walked away. I wandered. But the room is quiet and relaxing. And you could do meditation in there. Such a fire existed, extending through the rushing of air, or even a fire formless when comes the image of a voice, abounding, revolving, whirling forth, crying aloud. The priest and the priest who needed to give us the water to the fire must sprinkle with the lustful waters of a loud resounding sea. Such a fire existed, extending through the rushing of air, or even a fire formless, whence cometh the image of a voice, abounding, revolving, whirling forth, crying aloud. Brothers, stoop not down into that darkly splendid world, where continually lieth a faithless death enwrapped in grey dawn. delighting in unintelligible images, precipitous, winding, a black ever-rolling abyss, ever espousing a body unluminous, formless, and void. And I say to you, and I say to all of you that have gone through this and listened, unto thee, soul wise, so eternal and so merciful, won by thy praise and the glory forever, we had permitted me, who now standeth humbly before thee, to enter into the sanctuary of thy mysteries, not unto me, but unto thee. Thy name be the glory. Let the influence of the divine ones descend upon my head and teach me the value of self-sacrifice, so that I shrink not in the labor, in the hour of trial. Let thy name be written on high, and my genius may stand in the presence of the holy ones. In that hour when the Son of Man is involved before the Lord of Spirits, and his name is presented of the Ancient of Days. Fiat lux, let there be light. I thank you. I couldn't go no more. What was that?
Brethren, we're going to take a few minutes break. Please be back. It is at this time 10:58. If you can be back at 11:05, please, in 7 minutes. Thank you.
We went on for another hour, but I can't.
I know.
How were we doing? Good on time? Was it a little over?
Was that over?
No, that's fine. No. I don't want to be there. I'm fine.
We'll find out when the Q&A is. When we do the Q&As, we'll find out. I'm sure there's going to be a lot.
Some comments.
No, it was very well done. It was very well done.
You got your mask? You didn't get any sleep. That doesn't help.
I know. Watch out.
Yeah.
Nick, you got him? Thank you so much.
No, I was thinking that because I'm worried about it. I'm happy to go at the end. In fact, that's what I wanted to do at the beginning. I said, I want to go at the end. I don't care.
Good. Good. We'll do that. Thank you.
Okay. Here's the clicker. I love that screen.
It's amazing.
Fantastically large. Oh.
Hi, Jan. You know what? We're going to do this next.
Yeah, we're gonna let Pierce go next because I'm worried about him. Okay.
He has 10 o'clock. 2 o'clock train. I wanna go to Manhattan.
I thought that was one of mine. I remember. I recognized the background.
What?
No, I thought I looked and I was like, wait, is that mine? It's I recognize the background.
You know what? Let me write it down. Well, I'm gonna recognize you and Charlie. That's fine. It's important.
Can
Thank
you
you
just
so
grab me
much.
one of those? No, I was thinking about that. It's like, here's this thing. I don't know. I'm to be nervous.
I know.
My chicken start burning.
I saw him like getting tired. I was worried about him.
I think he got most of the way through it.
Yeah.
I think
Oh,
it was
was he?
interesting.
Did he skip any of the slides? Or did he have to skip
He had to
any
skip
slides?
a few of them, but it
Oh, yeah.
had to do with
Okay.
like the Z documents and stuff. But he just couldn't.
Do me a favor. I sent you an email. I don't know if you've done so, but can you go ahead and put that on the
Yes, I did.
Oh, thank you so much.
No, she answered
Okay.
me back too.
Did she?
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So she's mailing it, or what
I
did she
don't
say?
know exactly.
She will mail it. I'll make
Yeah,
sure she does.
I know she got it. So.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't. I wasn't. Come on, Pierce. So yeah, we adjusted just to make sure you were.
Yeah, no, that's great.
everything's
Thank
on
you.
time. Nice pin, man. Is that the MOUP? Is that MOUP?
It's generic, so it's any rather this order.
We should talk sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we should.
Yeah.
We are. I'm OM. We're Oliver Martinez. So we're under Gautier.
Oh, right.
Gabriel. Yeah.
Yes. Oh. Yeah, we should try and sit down. So I can tell you about our history and
Yeah,
everything
I mean,
else.
it's always good.
Run to the ladies' room.
There you go. As one does.
Pockets is, you know, it's like fake pockets. Women have fake pockets. This
Oh,
is
that's so
not
mean.
weird.
Well, it's like, man, as you know, when you buy a suit, the
You've
pockets
got
actually.
10,000 pockets.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they're all sewn up. You have to actually sit there with a pick and undo the pockets. Yeah, that's right. Oh, there's some more down there as well, so that's good.
Brethren, we're going to go ahead and start again. If you please can take your seat. Brother Eric, are we back? Eric, are we back streaming? Thank you so much. Right. Brethren, it gives me great pleasure now to introduce our second speaker for today. Brother Pierce A. Vaughan was born in Brighton, England, and attended Brighton College, as well as Oxford and Cranfield universities. He was an avid musician, singing in a local church, playing several instruments, conducting and composing. He was also a keen fencer and enjoyed appearing in local plays. He even appeared as an extra in Star Wars and Quadrophenia. He received an MA in psychology before going on to complete an MBA and later an MA in divinity. Then worked in international banking in England, Germany, and Switzerland, before settling in the United States in 1993. His Masonic membership began in England in 1979, where he joined a number of orders prior to joining St. John's Lodge No. 1, Ancient York Masons in New York, where he has served twice as its masters and has traveled extensively with the Lodge treasurer, President George Washington's inaugural Bible. So for those of you who do not know, St. John's Lodge holds and keeps the Bible of President and Brother George Washington, and I know that it has traveled to many jurisdictions for many Masons who have taken their oath and obligation on it, whether when becoming a Grand Officer or even a Master of the Lodge, and see him later to get more details on that after this presentation. He's given talks on that subject in a number of states. He was Grand High Priest of New York State in 2014 and is Grand First Ancient in the SCRICF, a 33rd degree Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite Mason, and has served in the East for the majority of Masonic bodies that he belongs to. He has traveled extensively across the United States and in many countries abroad, giving lectures on subjects ranging from history to symbolism and esotericism in Freemasonry. He has had papers published by the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite Southern Masonic Jurisdiction, the Journal, the Plumb Line, the SRICF FAMA, and the Masonic Study Society, among others. An interest in 18th century French Masonic ritual has also led him to translate a number of important treatises and rituals into English. In 2019, he was inducted into the Society of Blue Friars, a prestigious invitational society which recognizes published Masons. He is also very involved in a number of orders outside of Freemasonry, predominantly ones which are descended from European esoteric groups, and is also Patriarch of the Apostolic Church of the Gold and Rosy Cross, a church descended from the pre-Nicene Church of Richard, Duke of Palatine. He also possesses lines from the Order of Pleroma, a group of Pansophic rites handed down from John Yarker, and is also National Grand Aster for the Martinist Order of Unknown Philosophers, MOUP. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce Brother Pierce Vaughan.
Good morning. Well, in our first talk by Chick Cicero, we heard a lot about the development of parallel esoteric orders in England. For my talk with Martinism, we're going to kind of flop across the channel and visit France for a bit. Now, in this talk, we'll explore the Masonic roots of the founders of the Gnostic, magical, and mystical currents which gave rise to the extraordinary outpouring of Masonic ritual in the late 18th century in France, and how this current was taken up again at the end of the 19th century by a new generation of seekers of light. During that extraordinary period, which saw the rise of the Golden Dawn, as we've heard, spiritualism, the Gnostic Church, Theosophy, and the Masonic Rosicrucian bodies, alongside rapid developments in science, and how those pioneers attempted to reconcile these two streams. But while we'll examine the history and purpose of Martinism, it's not intended to be a lesson in its teachings. That'll be a subject for another day. But first, as Chick did in this first talk, a few definitions. I've used the terms Gnostic, magical, and mystical. Let's briefly examine what we mean by these terms, which are not often heard in what we might call Anderson or Anglo-Saxon Freemasonry. Gnosticism was a spiritual movement, most often associated with Christianity, but drawing from other classical sources which existed alongside what we might now term Catholic or Orthodox Christianity in the centuries immediately following the life of Jesus of Nazareth. They tended to take a far more esoteric approach to the teachings of Jesus, suggesting that there was a hidden or inner church only available to initiates, and that the Church of St. Peter was really an exoteric church. Following the Emperor Constantine's conversion to Christianity, a highly political council called the Council of Nicaea was held in what is now Turkey in 325 of Common Era, and that was to determine the dogma of this new church. However, the manner in which it was held made it next to impossible for most of the Gnostic-leaning bishops, most of whom came from the north coast of Africa, to attend the key votes, such as the nature of Christ, the doctrine of the Trinity, and most important, which of the many, for there are over 30 Gospels in circulation at the time, would be considered canonical or official, and as we know, they whittled the 30 or so down to 4. As a result, the 4 Gospels we now recognize were selected, and over the following 2 centuries, any variations to these were ruthlessly persecuted, hunted down, and destroyed, often along with their preachers. The only reason we have access to most of the so-called forbidden Gospels is thanks to a small group of monks who disagreed with that high-handed approach and buried their alternative teachings in pots near Nag Hammadi, to be discovered just under a century ago. We should note at the outset that all 3 of the protagonists we're going to talk about shortly, Pasquale, Willimose, and Saint Martin, believed that the church of the 18th century was irretrievably corrupt and ineffectual, and they believed that true initiation came from the primitive or pre-Nicene church, which existed before that group of men had overtaken God's message by a series of very human votes. This primitive church, at once directly linked to Jesus himself and Gnostic in outlook, was for them the source of all valid initiation. As for magical and mystical, I hope everyone realizes, as Chick said, magic refers to the ability to affect physical laws through the use of paranormal powers, rather than the ability to do clever card tricks. And magic comes in various types and definitions, ranging from low, or the ability to affect minor temporal things, to high or theurgical, the ability to communicate with higher powers, usually angels. Mystical, for our purposes, refers to the ability to achieve union with divinity through self-surrender and contemplation, which is a rather different path to that of magic, in which the perpetrator is active rather than passive in these attempts. In England, while it was very clear that Freemasonry existed long before 1717, in that year the Premier Grand Lodge of England was founded. Why? Well, one of the strongest theories is because the Masons had to show a complete break with their former organization, which had been strongly Stuartist and therefore Jacobite. In order to survive the change of monarchy to King George I, they literally had to reinvent themselves. Within a generation, a close relative of the monarch was the Grand Master, and any pretense to earlier organizations, including Rosicrucianism, Templarism, or anything which could be seen as Catholic or interpretative, and therefore subversive of Protestantism, was expunged. or at least for a time. Europe was a very different matter. While the former strength of the Roman Catholic Church had largely prevented rival bodies from being formed, and sovereign powers had prevented groups from meeting in private to discuss matters of national importance, the arrival of the Age of Enlightenment blew most of the cobwebs away. And even the exiled English Catholic monarch, King James II, saw an opportunity to harness the energy of this romantic movement to his advantage. Indeed, with the weakening of the Church's stranglehold over everything and the diminishing of a monarchical power, the last potential bastion against the Neo-Templar movements, which were springing up everywhere at the time, had been removed. Instead of meeting in Protestant countries or in secret, many of those were now absorbed into Freemasonry, and their traditional motto or password of Nekam, which means vengeance, could now be openly cried out. But vengeance against whom? Well, the stated aim of the Neo or New Templars was the restoration of their honor and wealth across Europe, and also the demise and even the death of the Pope and the King of France for the roles they had played in the execution of Jacques de Molay. And of course, we know the King of France had presided over the destruction of the order and the brutal extermination of its members purely out of greed and to avoid having to repay debts. So the stage was set in Europe for an explosion of Masonic orders, which absorbed Templarism and chivalry in general, Rosicrucianism, and any esoteric current they could find, including Kabbalah, alchemy, Gnosticism, ancient Greek and Roman mystery schools, and even ancient Egypt. Indeed, it's perhaps surprising to find that in an order which housed some of the keenest Enlightenment ritual minds, currents of magic and theurgy, or angelic communication, could still be found alive and well. Given that mainstream Freemasonry was itself used by some of the earliest stories from the Old Testament as its vehicles for teachings, all this actually fitted right in. Now, what makes an esoteric order then? Well, to better understand the importance of these currents, we should consider some of the key credentials which these bodies, including Freemasonry, need to show in order to exist and to attract members. So firstly, we need a valid or perceived transmission from ancient times. And Chick told us about the way that William and Westcott fabricated Anna Sprengel to create this kind of veneer of respectability going back to the distant past. We need rituals which are impressive and education and powerful. We need secret teachings in an order which could be studied in private and not available to the profane. We need some kind of purpose, a belief system. It could be a dogma or a creed, or just a philosophical system, or even an outlook on man's purpose on this planet. And ultimately, it must be adaptable, since absolute teachings, despite the fundamentalist dogmas of all religious minorities, must adapt to survive the changes in living standards, worldview, education, and man's own evolution. Now, to this list for esoteric orders, I would add a direct link with the past masters. And you can spell that either way, either past, P-A-S-T, or past, P-A-S-S-E-D. Or possibly even the presence of an eminence grise, often referred to as an unknown superior, or superior inconnu. And thus we find, when we look to Germany at that time, in the order of strict observance of Baron von Hund, attracting the aristocracy and monarchs alike with its claims both to direct links with the Templars and communications with secret chiefs, which appear somewhere between the English monarchs in exile or maybe even angelic beings. And thus we find Chevalier Andrew Ramsay giving his famous oration in 1737 in France, which gave rise to the legend of Freemasonry's direct descent from the Knights Templar, their involvement in the battles of Robert the Bruce in Scotland against the English, and their founding of Freemasonry there in the 14th century. And to quote part of his oration, he says, "Yes, sirs, the famous festivals of Ceres at Eleusis, of Isis in Egypt, of Minerva at Athens, or Urania among the Phoenicians, or Diana in Scythia were connected with our Freemasonry. In those places, mysteries were celebrated which concealed many vestiges of the ancient religion of Noah and the patriarchs." Seeing an advantage in living up to his reputation as Grand Master of all Masons, King James II and his son eagerly signed Masonic warrants and charters in France and encouraged the spread of this initially chivalric fashion, seeing in it a means to obtain the loyalty and hopefully the financial and arms-bearing support of its members and the French aristocracy. But for all this, as history has obviously shown us, the hoped-for retaking England never took place in his lifetime, and the efforts of his offspring, the young and old pretenders, amounted to epic failures. However, all these warrants and charters circulating in France, and again, just to remind us, this is why they were called Écossais charters, because they were mainly signed by King James II and his son James Stuart. Écossais, of course, translated means Scottish. So whenever we hear the word Scottish Rite, it actually refers to the rights in France, nothing doing with Scotland, because the king was exiled by then. So more properly, they should have been really called the French Rite rather than the Scottish Rite, but as we all know, the word Scottish is stuck. So all these circulation of warrants and charters in France, of all these warrants, none was more mysterious, perhaps, and which still provokes fascination and intrigue among Masons, than that allegedly awarded in 1738 to the father of a certain Martinez Pasquale, containing powers to establish lodges, as well as to pass this authority on to his son. Now, little is truly known about the background and origins of Martinez Pasquale, the enigmatic Mason. In the past, there's been much speculation on whether he was French or Spanish, or whether he was even descended from a Jewish family. Modern research suggests he was in fact a French Catholic, spoke French fluently, but not so good at writing it, and that his occult knowledge came from study and perhaps membership in other secret orders. For 20 years, from 1754 to 1774, he ruled as Grand Sovereign over his own order, called the Ordre des Chevaliers Masons et le Cohen de l'Univers, or Knight Masons, elect Cohen of the Universe, more commonly referred to nowadays as the Elu Cohen, or elect Cohens. Now, the Kohanim were the priests in the Torah officially commissioned by Yahweh to officiate at religious ceremonies, and by implication, to have direct communication with higher powers. He based his system on the new Scottish Rite then developing in Bordeaux, where he also had several lodges, many with the same members as in the Scottish lodges. However, his system of somewhere between 9 and 11 grades was comprised of far more complicated rituals. His order was more a way of life, requiring extensive private study, the setting up of a private oratory, following a rigorous and essentially vegetarian diet, and the recital of the prayers 4 times a day. Now, while the meetings were actually regularly held for advancement and instruction, most of the operative or magical work in his order was done alone at home. And this included the drawing of magic circles, invoking angelic forces, and twice a year at the equinoxes, even summoning demonic powers in order to exorcise them. Thus, he considered his order to be an active priesthood. Once the practitioners had received certain signs, which he called la chose, which is French for the thing, this allowed members to identify their own personal guardian angel and to work with them on their individual advancement. Needless to say, this process could take many years and was certainly not for the faint-hearted. However, the key to this work was its context. While Masonry is not normally seen as being a religion, in the case of the Order of Elu Cohen, it was as close as one could come to it. The work was based on an extraordinary work developed by Pasquale and dictated to his secretary, Louis-Claude de Saint-Martin, a work which was nothing less than a Gnostic commentary on the Holy Bible. Just as entire branches of the Christian religion have been based on one man's interpretation of the Scriptures, so this extraordinary book, called the Treatise on the Reintegration of Beings into Their Primitive or Original Estate, was essentially a Christian Zohar. And like that mysterious book which appeared in Spain around the 13th century, was a mystical commentary on the biblical stories. Like the Kabbalah or Hebrew mysticism, it relies heavily on numerology and ascribes great importance to the first 10 numbers, to the extent that the angelic names used in its prayers, which are largely based on the Psalms, must correspond to the numbers discovered by the member during his meditations and his private practices. So what was this theory, or this this theology he was preaching? Well, in essence, he said when God created the universe, he placed what could be called angelic forces over it to govern it. But they became prideful, and to use his term, prevaricated, believing themselves to be equal to God. As punishment, God created man to govern the prison in which he now placed them, earth. For a while, man enjoyed his unique privileges in his Eden, being clothed in his glorious non-corporeal body and enjoying direct communication with the Creator. But the evil powers over which he'd been set in charge worked on his pride and persuaded him that he himself was equal to God and capable of creation. Man, or Adam, believing them, then set about working a magical operation to create himself a companion, Hava, or Eve. But he only managed to entangle himself in the very red earth, or mud, he was using to create this body, thereby confusing his immortal and incorporeal body with this mud, and became a hybrid, an immortal being trapped in matter, no longer capable of direct communication with the higher powers. Well, God saw what Adam had done without his permission, and he completed the act of creation and provided him with his mate, Eve. But as punishment for his enormous crime, he sentenced him to live in this place over which he had once ruled, but now as one of the material creations which occupied it, and set another agent called Heli, which Samaritan equated with the Christ and also called the repairer, to rule in his stead, until man was able, through his own efforts, to restore himself to his original position of glory. Now, the treatise also indicated that the patriarchs of the Bible, from Adam onwards, worked on their own reintegration and reconciliation with God by performing operations or magical practices, which was the means by which they now had to use in order to communicate with the divine realm. This, of course, was his justification for the elaborate and complex theurgy expected of the members of his order. Man's purpose, therefore, was to first recognize he was indeed an immortal being trapped in matter, to learn to rise up above this and to seek the spiritual in order to realize the ultimate goal of reintegration, both of himself and everything else, back into their original state, thus restoring the original balance of the universe, which was God's creation. Now later, Samaritan was to phrase his master's teaching in a compelling way, which is very close to the storyline, actually, of that extraordinary movie, hopefully you've seen it, The Matrix. Now, if you remember in The Matrix, you remember that Neo was trapped in a little bubble, living a happy, endless dream until that bubble broke, and then he was like ejected from it and started to have to wake up and realize that the real world was very, very different to what he'd been experiencing in his cocoon. Now, Samaritan calls men ignorant of his plight and living a daily life of routine a man of the stream, which he describes as caught up in the forest of errors. And again, very much as Chick mentioned in the first speech, this is all of us. We get up, we have breakfast, we go to work, we have lunch, we go to work, we come home, we have dinner, we switch on telly, watch, have a drink, go to bed. And then the next day we do the same thing, and the next day, and the next day. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Week after week, month after month, year after year. And a lot of people, believe me, if you look around, can actually get through most of their lives without ever actually waking up. It's like wasting your entire life on autopilot. You only have to collide with people on their iPhones walking around to see that. That is the ultimate kind. To me, that's almost the analogy of the zombie nowadays. Somebody walking around glued to an iPhone, oblivious of anything around them. So Samaritan's call was, what we have to do is to wake up and see what's really going on in this world. As Shakespeare put in Hammersmith, you know, the idea that there is more to heaven and earth than is dreamt of in thy philosophy, Horatio. And it often happens when we start to, in my case, it happened when I walked through a park. And I suddenly found myself stopping, and the sun was coming through the trees of a tree in spring, many years ago. And I suddenly realized that tree was actually beginning to glow. And I just stared at it, and I could literally see an aura around the tree. And at that moment, suddenly you stop walking just as an automaton, and you start to look at people, you look at things, and then you start to realize there is so much more going on around us than just what we see through our usual blind eyes. So he called this man a man of desires, somebody who had finally woken up like Neo in the Matrix and was really beginning to see that there was a lot more to God's design going on around us, which normally we just ignore. And then finally, as you start to work on yourself, shedding everything that does not lead to the result of trying to seek reunification or reintegration with God, we become a new man or a new woman. And finally, as we achieve our goal, we once again become spirit man, exchanging the material body, shedding that, and becoming back to regain our glorious body, allowing our immortal souls to shine forth once more, as in our first estate. Now, we must remember this is still a time when Protestant churches, on the one hand, held services lasting several hours, mostly focused on man's impotence, his inevitable sinfulness, and the inevitability of hell, while the Roman Catholic churches used Latin, and the priest mumbled to himself at the far end of the sanctuary while his flock looked on as little more than a passive audience. So this new, dangerous, thrilling Gnostic technology offered the initiate the opportunity to take his salvation into his own hands, fought his own relationships with the superior beings, provided a satisfying explanation for his present estate, and offered a clear means of rising above it, and saving therefore both himself and everyone around him. What was not to love? Except for the extraordinary commitment of time, hardship, and diet. But as often happens with an order founded on personality and which the bulk of knowledge resides in one man alone, the order had little chance of survival once its protagonist and founder, Pasquale, left French shores in 1772 to take up an inheritance in Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, dying there 2 years later in 1774. By 1778, only 8 temples were still in operation in France, and by 1781, Sebastian Las Casas, then the Grand Sovereign of the order, ordered their closure. The order, excepting perhaps a few small groups who probably continued to practice some of the rituals more or less in private, was effectively dead. But as we say about monarchy in England, you know, the king is dead, long live the king. Here the order is dead, but guess what? Long live the order. While most people who join organizations tend to be followers, becoming rudderless when their leader leaves or dies, occasionally one or more are left behind to have the aspiration and the inspiration to continue the legacy in some form. In this, Pasquale was lucky or clever in selecting 2 members who were to continue his legacy, albeit in different forms, from that time right up to the present day. These 2 members were Louis-Claude de Saint-Martin and Jean-Baptiste Willemoes. These 2 came from very different backgrounds. Saint-Martin was a minor aristocracy with an army commission, while Willemoes was a silk merchant in Lyon. And they lived in very different parts of the country, almost opposite ends, from Bordeaux and Lyon, which necessitated long coach drives in those days to come together. Under normal circumstances, there would never been a reason for them to meet. Willemoes was from a large family and married, while Saint-Martin was an only child and single. About the only thing they had in common was they were both Freemasons. In itself an oddity, since they were both raised Catholic in a predominantly Catholic country, which in theory still obeyed the edicts of the Pope, including the infamous ban on Freemasonry, we all know that one, in eminentia, which in France, though, for reasons of idleness rather than policy, had never actually been enforced in France. And perhaps this coming together of these 2 people who should never have met is one of those great examples of the Masonic phrase you all know so well, that this noble institution of ours brings together men who might otherwise have remained perpetually at a distance. There is an abundance of biographies on Saint-Martin Pasquale and Willemoes, so we'll limit ourselves just to notice that Saint-Martin and Willemoes were avid disciples of Pasquale. Indeed, Saint-Martin even gave up his army commission to become Pasquale's personal secretary, while Willemoes devoted many years to the practices before finally obtaining his signs and passing to the final grade of Ré-au-Croix, which, note, the name is not Rose-Croix. Ré-au-Croix was actually altogether different degree. Now, Willemoes was an avid Mason, having introduced both a number of orders to Lyon, including von Heit's Rite of Strict Observance, and he wrote a lot of them himself as well, including one called Black Eagle Rose-Croix, another Grand Écossaise Trinitaire, and a number of elect knight grades. In 1775, a year after Pasquale's death, Saint-Martin was staying with Willimose at the time, and he wrote his first book, Of Errors and Truth. He had noticed a darker side to the Enlightenment, in that the scientific advances were leading to some to question even the need for a God, holding that nothing which couldn't be observed could exist. And therefore, if you couldn't observe it and it didn't exist, then how could God exist? And that led Saint-Martin to call these people, these representatives of agnosticism and atheism, the observers. Now, towards the end of his association with Pasquale and before he went to Haiti, Saint-Martin was beginning to question the need for all the long work and the complicated operations, famously asking him, "But Master, is all this truly necessary to know God?" Now, once Pasquale departed, in both senses of the word, Saint-Martin found himself taking a different approach through the practice of contemplation and meditation. He never departed from his master's somewhat unorthodox theology, but he had embarked on a new and parallel path, which he called the cardiac path, or way of the heart. His books increasingly reflected a more introspective approach, and he initially wrote under the pseudonym of Unknown Philosopher, though it appears his identity was an open secret right from the get-go. And interestingly, it was during a 2-year period in Lyon, while Saint-Martin and Willimose were holding educational classes on Pasquale's teachings of the Eloquent in Willimose's home from 1774-1776, that Saint-Martin read a short paper against the atheistic trends of the Enlightenment, and he was encouraged by his friends to expand it into a book, which ultimately became Of Errors and Truth. This book clearly hit a nerve in France. It was an immediate bestseller among both Fuller Masons and the intelligentsia. It even earned the grudging respect even of the anti-Masons, one of whom referred to it as, weirdly enough, the Masonic Quran. Now, his first book was followed several years later by another called Natural Table of the Relationships which Exist Between God, Man, and the Universe. I mean, the title itself tells us that he was a Mason, as we can see, because obviously everything doing Masonry, how we look at the first 3 degrees, is about our duty to ourselves, our duty to our fellow man, our duty to God. In the meantime, John Baptist Willimose was continuing to develop Masonic rituals and work with his family and friends. One of his younger brothers, actually, was an alchemist, Pierre Jacques, who studied in Marseille, then a center for that kind of study. Despite the dawning of the Age of Enlightenment and the focus on science and the creation of a world apart from warfare and totalitarian regimes, science was not yet that far advanced, and in a world which is examining the circulation of the blood, was doing that alongside a belief still in spontaneous generation, and where experiments in electricity and gravity still sat next to the 4 classical elements, earth, air, fire, and water. And a belief in magic, theurgy, and alchemy was still widespread. Don't forget, until the end of the 1800s, about 90% of people in France were farmers and lived and worked on the fields. There was very, very little industry. And almost all of them believed in early religious practices and superstitions. They had their own little magic they worked. I mean, to give you an example, given the fact of the influx of the Pennsylvania Deutsch from Germany to here, so obviously standing in Pennsylvania, if I say powwow to you, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That was the kind of belief of the vast majority of people who lived in France right up to 1900, until they really started to reform everything. So that belief in magic and theurgy were still very, very widespread through France, even though the intelligentsia sitting in Paris, thinking themselves above all this, the encyclopedists and the others did not believe in that anymore. But Willimose's greatest gift to his work before and following the convent of Wilhelmsbad in 1782, the year that Saint-Martin published Natural Table, was the convent of Wilhelmsbad. It was an international conference which consolidated various agreements held in 1778. And at that meeting, essentially the Rite of Strict Observance was compelled to renounce any claims at all to being run by secret chiefs, effectively neutralizing its most compelling attraction for membership. At the same time, a new order based on the former was established, that of the Scottish Rectified Rite, or the CBCS, which now moved control of one of the most influential rites of Masonry out of Germany and into France. It's important to state at the outset that the Scottish Rectified Rite has no connection at all with the ancients' accepted Scottish Rite, other than the possibility that some of its rituals were penned by former members of the Ella Cohen. It was just that anything that appeared in France at that time was called Scottish, had Scottish somewhere in its title, but there's no other connection. The Masonic system consisted of 8 grades divided into 3 bodies. It's important to realize that while we now know the entire structure of the order, it was not known in those days. The whole structure had only been known to a tiny number of people. And that was because, again, a bit like the Golden Dawn used to be, if you joined the Golden Dawn and you're in the outer order, it wasn't till you reached a certain point it was revealed to you that there was a second higher order to join. It was the same here. The first degrees were more or less like blue masonry, and when you got there, you might be tapped on the shoulder and said, actually, there are more degrees you can now do. So now we know it all because thanks to Wikipedia and the internet, but in those days it was a series of veils hiding these three levels of this special order. So basically the second order's existence was only revealed to those who were selected from the first order, and the third order was only revealed at all to a tiny minority who effectively ruled the entire order. Now, as a reflection of how important this rite was and is in Masonry, can be tested to by the fact that Willimose spent the rest of his long life, he lived to about 92, working and reworking these grades in order to produce what could be described as the most sublime manifestation of Freemasonry in its entire history. The rite itself is exoterically Christian, but those who reach its higher grades soon come to realize this ain't the Christianity of Sunday school, and the Gnostic teachings of Pasquale manifest themselves throughout the regime. The rite begins with the blue degrees of Entered, Apprentice, Companion, and Master Mason, before continuing to a pivot degree of basically Scottish Master of St Andrew and Perfect Master of St Andrew, which is the equivalent, I guess you could say, of the Royal Arch. And that was named St Andrew in homage to the claimed roots of chivalry or Templar Masonry in Scotland. Indeed, some of the passwords also link back to Scotland and the Templars. And this grade represents that of the Royal Arch in its imagery, but in this instance, Hiram is not dead, but resurrected. As he gazes towards the horizon in his cerements, the ruins of his tomb around him, reflecting the ruins of the first temple, seen at the start of that degree. The final symbol shown to him is that of a lion sheltering from a storm beneath an outcrop and playing with Masonic implements, bearing the motto Meliora Presumo, or I hope for better things. And indeed, that was the hint that there was another order behind it. And indeed, it was the faith and hope of that candidate that one day he may be allowed to join the second order. So while the existence of the Order of St Andrew was known to the Blue Lodge Masons, because they came to visit and they wore very different regalia, nothing at all was known of the second order except to its members. Now, once the candidate had been invited into the 5th grade, the initiate became a squire novice, a reflection of that period in prayer and meditation experienced of a night expectant prior to being dubbed a knight beneficent of the holy city of Jerusalem. But this was a spiritual knighthood rather than a warrior knighthood, having more in common with spiritual alchemy than with battle. Indeed, the attentive knight would have detected many trappings of the Gnostic teaching of Pasquale in these grades, which were considered the ne plus ultra of French and most continental masonry at the time. And yet, behind the pinnacle of chivalric masonry, there were yet 2 more secret grades, those of profess and grand profess, or professed and grand professed knight. It was here that Willimose had concealed the full teachings of Pasquale into 2 long lectures. And it's almost without doubt, and I've spent many years talking to scholars in France and other countries, and we all pretty much agree that although no records were ever taken of these meetings, that there is no doubt in our minds the earliest professed knights practiced many of the rituals taught by Pasquale to his Ella Cohen. Because if you look at the records, they were the same people who had been in the Cohen temples before, now turn into the professed and grand professed knights of the Scottish Rectified Rite. So we have no doubt at all that they were still drawing their magic circles and doing their home rituals and everything else. But it would go against everything we know of Willimose not to believe it was going on. For example, only a few years later, in 1783, he became interested in magnetism, which ultimately led to what were essentially seances being held from 1786 to 1788, where a medium made contact with an entity calling itself the unknown agent, or agent inconnu, and which dictated a large number of teachings. But eventually William Owes himself began to have doubts as to their veracity and entered the meetings of what he had termed the Society of Initiates, eventually destroying most of the readings which they'd written down. But we can never underestimate the importance of William Owes' work and the massive impact his regime would have had on Masonry if it had come to fruition, and if the French Revolution had not swept its ambitions away. According to Jean-Marc Vivenza, an acclaimed scholar in France on the subject, his ambitions for the right extended far beyond just creating yet another series of Masonic rites. While he, like Saint-Martin, was not overly convinced by what he saw as the incredibly complicated preparations for Pasquale's operations, nevertheless he never questions his theology, and his continuing belief in the ability to communicate with the higher powers clearly shines forth, both in his commitment to the Ela Cohen long after the departure of his master, and also in his later seances in attempting to communicate with the agent inconnu. Indeed, one major question had always been, once Pasquale had departed for Haiti in 1772, why did he decide to bring his lodge, La Bienfaisance, or Beneficent, over to Baron von Hund's Rite of Strict Observance? Now, we know from 1774 to 1776, Willemot, Saint-Martin, and Roy d'Auterive were together in line and holding meetings in Willemot's house, where they discussed Pasquale's teachings. And these were preserved in the famous archives called the Lessons of Lyon. As with all acts, in the absence of their master, they continued to develop their understanding of all these teachings while not losing the Gnostic foundation. And this is important, and we see it happen both in the lessons themselves and in the fact that Saint-Martin's first book of Errors and Truth, which was locally published, also shows departures in various ways from Pasquale's pure Gnostic thought and becoming considerably more generically Christian. Now, according to Vivenza, William Owes loved the teachings of the Ela Cohen, but found the structure of the order based on the Scottish Rite unsatisfying and very unstable. The fact that most of the rituals were incomplete and the teachings passed by Pasquale were only partly available and sometimes almost impossible to understand, that didn't help either, obviously. For it's hard to transmit something which isn't complete. So he looked around and found a far more satisfying and stable Masonic structure in the Order of Strict Observance. But while the structure was sound, the purpose most certainly wasn't, because it was preoccupied with re-establishing the Templars, something which is totally irrelevant to William Owes. So with what might be seen as a somewhat ruthless approach, he joins the order, sets it up in France, and within 4 years he organized a convent in which all claims to Templar goals are thrown out the window, all connections with unknown superiors are thrown out the window, and basically he signs a death warrant to the Rite of Strict Observance. And then finally changes the name of what's left from Knight Templar to Knight Beneficent of the Holy City. Neatly notice inserting the name of his own lodge, Beneficence, into the name of the new order. And this was the vehicle by which William Owes could now promulgate the teachings of the Ela Cohen. And just as one example of what he did with the teachings of the Strict Observance when he brought them to the new order, one of the tracing boards in the Strict Observance in the first degree is this, ad hoc stat, which is Latin for it still stands. Now, the interpretation in the Rite of Strict Observance was that this represents the Templar order, once broken and now without its leader, and now becomes so that's how they saw it. They just said, oh yes, this represents Templary, and the head is gone, Jacques de Molay, we need to replace him, sort of thing, and reestablish ourselves, because the foundation still stands. But in the rectified rite, he said, no, this is actually a representation of man, whose inner temple has been broken because of his prevarication, and whose celestial part has been thrown into the abyss, and on which he must work in order to rebuild and thus restore himself to his original state of glory. In other words, the complete series of 6 grades were much, much more than a series of rituals just to teach moral lessons to Masons. They were actually a system of salvation through which, by applying the tools given to him at every grade, and in particular the 7 cardinal and theological virtues, Each man could become a man of desire and ultimately a new man and accomplish reintegration. So it's no surprise that the 7th and 8th grades of profession, like the Perfecti of the Cathars, provided the order's leadership with the unveiled truth of Pasquale's theology, and as I've suggested, quite probably theurgical operations at this level to accompany those teachings. So remember that these conferences of Gaul and Wilhelmsbad in 1782 weren't local affairs. They were major Masonic conferences attended by the leaders right across the whole of Europe, mainland Europe at least, not England, but mainland Europe at the time. The intention of all these leaders from Germany, from Sweden, from Denmark, from Italy, from France, was to create once and for all one single comprehensive Masonic system. And Willimose made sure he was there at its center, its organizer, its advisor, its scribe, and even the author of the rituals. Had his vision succeeded and the French Revolution not taken place, the rectified rite might have become the face of Freemasonry throughout most of the world. Indeed, Robert Ambelin claimed in 1948 in his pamphlet Contemporary Martinism that the only truly credible line of initiation from the Cohen which survives to modern times is that which was passed through the profession of the Scottish rectified rite. Now, in the meantime, Saint-Martin had been attracting quite a following with the publications of his books, and it's very clear he had a close-knit group with whom he worked, which unusually for the times also included a large number of women. And this was a century before the Golden Dawn. There had been considerable speculation whether he belonged to a secret society prior to his involvement with this. But unless some definitive proof comes up, it seems unlikely. Since he had such a busy schedule, it's very, very hard to know if he would have had time to do this. So to summarize the first flourishing of what is called Martinist ideas, and this is where Martinism really comes from, and it's named for two people. It's named for Saint-Martin, and it's also named for Martinez de Pasquale. So over time, people started to talk about Martinism and Martinezism, and finally got rid of the "es" because it was too complicated to say, and just grouped both together, and these teachings as the foundation of Martinism. So to summarize this first flourishing of Martinist ideas, if Pasquale had been the magician or the magus, then Saint-Martin must have been the mystic and Willimose the mason. Or again, in Masonic terms, you could say Pasquale was the prophet, Saint-Martin the priest, and Willimose the king. Curiously, their three different leanings brought three different approaches to the same message. And this is why the term Martinism has often been applied to all three approaches: the magical Elu Cohen, the mystical Christian Martinist order, and the Masonic Scottish Rectified Rite. All contain the same teachings, but fitted in a way for different audiences. However, all this was to be blown away by an extraordinary event which almost none had foreseen, so it was right on top of them: the French Revolution. This brought everything to a complete grinding halt. Both for Saint-Martin, who was a minor aristocrat and therefore actually thrown in jail for a period, and Willimose, who during the siege of Lyon actually lost his younger brother, there we have the siege of Lyon, lost his younger brother to the guillotine, and he was only spared by a fluke. He was actually in jail awaiting execution by the guillotine when the night before he was due to be executed, the French Revolution faded and fizzled out in Lyon, and he was actually set free. He was literally 12 hours from death, and a rather nasty one, I think. Now, at this point, it's perhaps interesting to note the cyclical nature of things, especially referred to as fin de siècle, or end-of-century feeling. Man appears to be very open to a global ending to life, perhaps reflecting his personal fear of death and the unknown, remembering that even the early Christians believed that the end of the world would appear in their lifetimes and Christ would come back in glory to judge the quick and the dead. And 1,000 years later, the Christian calendar ticked over to 4 figures in the year 1000 AD. Dire predictions of world-ending catastrophes were commonplace. Indeed, the end of almost every century has been open to such claims of end times, if they didn't take place. Canny religious leaders simply moved the dates, or claimed that some magnanimous act of personal piety had saved everyone on the planet. A theme common to all this, note, is exclusion. The idea that only the adherents of a particular cult would be saved, an idea which has been embraced by groups as diverse as Jehovah's Witnesses and their limited seating arrangements, the Mormons, who created additional scriptures to support their claims, and of course some groups of evangelicals who invented an event not even found in the scripture called the rapture, but which still contains that same familiar theme that only they go to heaven, while everyone else goes through a horrible series of terrible sufferings. In fact, in England we used to tell the joke that basically a man died and he went to heaven, and Jesus is showing him around heaven, and it's, oh, this is such a wonderful place. And he looks at the brooks and the people, everyone is so happy, everyone is glowing, it's the perfect afterlife. And they cross the brow of a hill, and he suddenly sees this area which is like walled off. And he looks at it, and he turns to Jesus and says, "What's that?" And Jesus replies, "Oh, that's the Jehovah's Witnesses. They like to think they're the only people up here." But compare these ideas, these ideas are wholly alien to most religions. And we can see why then the concept of a personal salvation and the duty to work towards the rescue of others, and the uplifting belief that everyone contains a spark of the divine and can be aspired to be one with and like God. And we can quickly understand why Gnostic teachings such as those professed by the Cohen and Martinism would hold so much attraction. Indeed, one thing common to all so-called esoteric orders, which seem to rise up and flourish at the end of each century at a time of fear and uncertainty, is that they all offer the individual to place control into his or her hands, be it through efficacious prayer, communication with higher powers, or even controls over the laws of physics on our own planet. While it is easy to pick any war to prove a point, given that mankind is so often engaged in territorial land grabs or the confiscation of scarce resources, which, despite all protestations of moral value and inherent right, are really the only two real reasons we ever go to war, if we focus on the last 3 cycles or centuries, we will see a repeating pattern. Now, towards the end of the 18th century, the Western world was alive with potential and possibilities. Science was evolving rapidly, yet its apparent rejection of the spiritual, as we saw, led to a resurgence of mystical and magical orders. And all this came crashing down due to the revolution, and in the teens of the 19th century, due to man-made wars. And Americans should remember that 1812 in Europe is not remembered because of the Anglo-American War, but rather because of Napoleon's failed attempt to invade Russia. And these were followed by the Napoleonic Wars, the 100 Days' War, all of which involved most of Europe. So the idea of most of Europe being at war is nothing new. And at the end of the 19th century, therefore, as a kind of counter to all this, we saw a similar rise in scientific advancement and the industrial era at its height, balanced by a resurgence of interest in the occult, as seen in everything from the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, the Theosophical Society, the rise of Masonic Rosicrucian orders, especially in England, the US, and Greece, spiritualism, faith healing, neo-romanticism in art, as Chick mentioned, the rise of the independent Catholic movement and the Gnostic Church, and a veritable explosion of esoteric orders in France. By now, due to Eastern exploration, the expansion of empires during that century, this now interest in the occult now included the Eastern traditions as well. We find Buddhist and Hindu practices sitting comfortably alongside the Western mysticism and the schools of ancient Greece, Rome, and Egypt, to say nothing of Scandinavian and other mythologies too. But even as the century came to its end, the seeds were already in place for the next great upheaval. By 1914, the world was once again at war, and its inhabitants had little time for the frivolous occupation of looking into their souls and seeking higher beliefs. However, as before, the flame of Gnosis was carried forward by a brave few. And in World War II, it was a French mystic, Robert Ambelin, in Paris, who, together with a small group of redoubtable souls in Lyon, under the puppet Vichy government, which kept the spark alive, as did small groups under totalitarian regimes in Greece, Communist Russia, and Fascist Spain. In America, Israel Regardie was writing his 4-volume expose of the Golden Dawn, or the Stella Matutina, to the enthusiastic reception of the Supreme Magi of the English and American Rosicrucian societies. And we actually have their letters writing back to each other. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear about the Blitz. Did you get Regardie's latest book?" We've actually got letters of the two supreme magi writing to each other during the war. And again, we see the burgeoning of esoteric activity towards the latter part of the 1900s, with the rise of Wiccan, even the Church of Satan, and the ragtag of composite beliefs which we bundle under the term New Age, together with the revival of many earlier groups, ranging from the Golden Dawn to Martinism and the Ella Cohen, although in a modernized form to meet the expectations of a new generation. And here we are now, in the middle of the 20s and the 21st century, wondering if yet another war or political differences are going to tear us apart, forcing us again to focus on how to protect ourselves from ravaging viruses and the threat of extremism, rather than being able to enjoy the luxury of meditating on higher things. Only time will tell. But following our detour into the philosophy of cycles, let's return to the matter in hand. The occult revival of the 19th century was often attributed to a French ordained deacon, although he was never a priest, later an author and magician called Alphonse Louis Constant, better known, as we heard, as Eliphas Levi. However, it can also be said that similar currents of thought were developing across many European countries and America, both north and south, at that time. But for our story, it is a French doctor, Dr. Gérard Encausse, better known by his nomen mysticum of Pappus, that we must turn for the continuation of the story on Martinism. Obtaining his doctorate in medicine with a paper on philosophical anatomy and working as a hypnotist at a renowned school of hypnotherapy in Paris, he was what we would now call a joiner. He counted Maître Philippe, he handed around Maître Philippe of Lyon, who was a renowned contemporary mystic and healer, and Alexandre Saint-Yves d'Alvedre among his mentors. He founded a few groups of his own and joined and joined and joined and left and joined and left in succession: the Golden Dawn of MacGregor Mathis in Paris, the French Theosophical Society, the Hermetic Brotherhood. But in each one he went in and then just kind of left after a time. And also becoming disillusioned with conventional Catholicism, he ended up joining Jules Douarnel's newly formed Gnostic Church, based on his visions of the Catharo-Albigensian Church, which had been widespread in Languedoc and southwest France before the infamous crusades against them in 1209, which continued with persecution, wars, and the Inquisition until the siege of Montségur in 1243 effectively ended the Cathars, whose so-called heresy amounted to little more than a moral disgust at the corruption of the Roman Catholic Church of the times, and their belief that women held equal places in ministry, that humans are angels imprisoned in corruptible bodies, and beliefs like that, which would certainly account for their attractiveness to a Martinist. If you remember just how ghastly the crusade at that time was, the king of the time actually opened up all the prisoners and allowed all the murderers out, and all the rapists, everyone who were the dregs of society, and encouraged them to join the crusade, saying they would get complete pardons if they did. And there's the infamous story after the siege of Cahors, when the governing general, when they finally pulled down the walls, and one of his soldiers turned to the general and said, "But how will we be able to tell who are Cathar and who are Roman Catholics?" And you may know the infamous reply, "Kill them all. God will know his own." Now, if he had just written a few books on tarot and the Kabbalah, etc., Pappus would probably have been relegated to history as little more than one of the many occult revivalists or authors of the late 19th century, who happened to write a few books at the time. But his true claim to immortality lies in an unusual event he claims took place in 1884, when a chance encounter with another mystically inclined Frenchman, Augustin Chabourceau, revealed that they both received initiation into so-called Martinist orders through different chains of succession, linking them back to Louis-Claude de Saint-Martin and his disciples. Pappus claimed to have been given papers by Pasquale and the rights of the Order of Saint-Martin by Henry de Lage, and together they exchanged lines in the manner of bishops, and then set about founding an order to consolidate their understanding and to preserve it for posterity, which led to the formation of the Order Martiniste or Martinist Order. Pappus claimed that all he had received throughout his initiation was 3 points and 2 letters. The 3 points form part of the Martinist sigil he created, and the 2 letters are assumed to be SI, Superior Inconnu, or Unknown Superior, which are also incorporated into it. The story is certainly very, very satisfying, but like Chick's story about Sprengel, there's little proof to back it up. And it also sounds alarmingly similar to the founding of most esoteric societies. Von Hund's right of strict observance and its secret chiefs, the Hermetic Order Golden Dawn with the ciphers from Sprengel, to the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia of Robert Wentworth Little, where he claimed he must found a mysterious Rosicrucian ritual in the forgotten corner of the library at the Grand Lodge of England, and so on and so forth. Because, as we said earlier on, we find a little veneer of respectability goes a long way to lend mystery and interest and intrigue to a new order. The order was structured not unlike Freemasonry, notwithstanding the fact that neither founder was a Mason, though Pappas later joined the Order of Memphis Mizraim, and on the death of John Yarker went on to become its Grand Hierophant. So they created 3 degrees, again surprisingly, with their own rituals of associate, initiate, and unknown superior. In this case, the last degree did not suggest that the person had actually passed to a higher plane, but they should remain unknown to their contemporaries, and to remember an important quote from Saint Martin himself: "I never wanted to make any noise." The initials SI identified a Martinist who also had secret signs like Masonry and passwords of recognition. In the ceremonies and his private work in his oratory, which we see here, reminiscent of the practices of the Elder Cohen, he wore a mask and a mantle. Actually, not in this one. I think he loved having his photo taken. But normally he'd wear a mask and a mantle, symbolically to protect himself from the attacks of unseen forces, but also to remind himself of his insignificance and that his focus should be solely on reintegration with the divine. He promoted his order with a regular magazine, L'Initiation, initiation obviously, which to its credit, with a couple of gaps during the 2 wars, continues to be published to this day on a moderately regular basis. While the number of members was never enormous, as esoteric societies go, it was one of the most successful of its time, rivaling that of the Theosophical Society and the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. But its approach was considerably more focused on the practices of Saint Martin in his later years, and despite Pappas's interest in more practical magic, especially Solomonic magic, the order itself focused almost exclusively on mystical Christianity, personal development and meditation, and introspection, which, as we heard, Saint Martin called the way of the heart. The order spread to other countries, making its way into most European lands with quite a lot of success, even into the United States under the phenomenal musician Edward Blitz, who we remember had also tried to introduce the Scottish Rectified Rite some years earlier. But unfortunately, despite receiving a charter from Pappas, he immediately set about rectifying the order, adding degrees all over the place, and trying to bring it into Masonry. Pappas got tired of this, removed him as the delegate to the United States, and replaced him with Margaret Peake, making 2 symbols there. Firstly, she was a well-known esoteric character, and also, of course, she was a woman, because he wanted to make sure that Martinism did not just get subsumed as a Masonic order. Now, Pappas himself allegedly had designs on further developing Martinism, but unfortunately World War I came along and he died of tuberculosis in 1916, working as a doctor in a field hospital during the First World War. In England, at that time, the Golden Dawn was going through its death throes as well, thrust into the prurient spotlight of public opinion as the scandals of the Horros affair played out in graphic detail in the tabloid press. And in America, the scandals surrounding faked seances and the demise of Martinism saw the esoteric revival falter and finally return to its dormant state, maintained once more by a small handful of quiet men and women who carried the flame forward through the many decades until there was time for the flame to re-go. For there are always disciples who work in obscurity until it's time to bring to light the secrets which have lain buried, as Masonry teaches us. And perhaps we should just briefly consider another interesting fact. While esoteric orders appear to flourish and die around the end of each century, why is it that Freemasonry has survived almost untroubled for over 3 centuries? While its membership numbers may rise and fall and grand lodges may fall victim to totalitarian regimes, one of the first signs of a country's return to democracy has always been a resurgence in Freemasonry in the country as a core organization. Is this because of the message it carries? Is it the fact that it normally boasts royal or presidential patronage? Is it the network of supranational connections which maintain it through difficult times? Is it the fact it can adapt in times of stress and warfare from being a body of free thinkers into a fraternal organization which provides friendships and fraternity to those under duress? The enduring nature of Freemasonry in the face of all attempts to kill it, while esoteric orders rise and fall like waves on the beach, is certainly worth a little time of meditation and perhaps even more formal study. Indeed, even for esoteric orders, the flames were kept alive during such times by a few. It's interesting to note that while Freemasonry has always been seen as a threat to totalitarian regimes, think anything from the Iron Curtain through Nazism to General Franco, and for my part, even in England, if you remember, just a decade and a half ago when the Labour Party in England created the infamous list, which all judges, all policemen had to publicly declare that they were Freemasons. I mean, even in a free country this happened, which is terrifying to me. But despite all this, we know why, because all extremists are scared by groups of people who assemble in private to talk. But why Freemasons had to declare their membership and were quite often locked up and put in prison, Martinists, for some reason, were always selected for even worse punishment. In Germany, under the Vichy government in occupied France and under General Franco in Spain, while being a Mason would be subject to imprisonment, membership in Martinism was invariably punishable by death. The Third Reich's obsession with esoteric subjects led them to take Lyon apart brick by brick in search of its esoteric heritage. Mercifully, everything had been hidden well before they came. And Constant Chevion, the head of the Martinist order of the time, and a Gnostic bishop, was executed by Petinist thugs in 1944. To say that little of esoteric note occurred during the period following the First World War would be to do a number of organizations an injustice. I mean, Aleister Crowley, the great beast, was doing his thing in Europe, the United States and Canada, and other orders were ticking over. Independent Catholicism was quietly breeding and spreading its tentacles as an alternative to dogmatic Christianity. Amorc was buying ad space on the back covers of Marvel Comics. But it was not until the inevitable approach of World War II when things began to move again, in anticipation of an overwhelming dark force which threatened existence itself, Nazi Germany. However, even through the current of the Scottish Rectified Rite had been carried into England and the States, there was little understanding of the history or importance of the Rectified Rite. And if anyone truly understood what it stood for, chances are they weren't members. In England, membership at that time was restricted to the 9 most senior members of the Grand Preceptory, while in the United States, membership was restricted to a maximum of 2 people per state, usually past Grand Masters or the state heads of the Scottish Rite. And we all know how deeply these people understand Masonic heritage, symbolism, and esotericism, with one wonderful exception, sir. For the second time, apart from the lines being passed on, Martinism in all its forms had suffered virtually a second death. The Ella Cohen were dead, having been formally closed down by its Grand Sovereign, Ivan Mosca, though one country, actually Canada, refused to recognize his authority and never did close. Martinism had been reduced again to a tiny, small, if devoted membership, since Christian mystical orders were hardly the rage at the time, and the Rectified Rite was a little more than a couple of dining clubs and an annual meeting in Switzerland. But despite the tragic times, the core order of Martinism did survive, carried forward by a few faithful breasts. In Spain, Martinist groups met in secret, even though membership was lethal under General Franco. And in Paris, one man who we met, Robert Ambelin, who was to become a legend, held meetings under the very noses of the Nazi occupiers. Ambelin not only preserved the order, but went on to write many books about it, including the story of how he kept the order alive during the Second World War, and even created a revised version of Pasquale's Order of Ella Cohen, even though most of the original texts at that time had been lost. And after the war, Martinism began to stir again. By 1957, Philippe Encausse, Papus' son, now presided over the revival of his father's Order Martiniste. And since then, Martinism has spread to every corner of the world. But as so often happens in an order in which the ego is meant to be suppressed and the practitioner remain unknown and silent in his workings, the order, as usual, rapidly splintered into lots of groups, each claiming to be the one true successor of the line. And when you think about it, this is absolute nonsense, since no currently existing order can do more than claim a line going back to Papus or Chaboseau, and in doing so prove once again they're cousins of all other valid Martinist orders. Once again, hubris and the human ability to take something pure and precious and destroy it rears its ugly head. So in our current time, Martinism has survived, mainly as a series of internet-connected orders which offer a platform of mystical, magical, theurgic, Gnostic, and Masonic teachings. Given the spiritual nature of the teachings which permeate the Martinist family, there will inevitably be a church associated with it, normally Gnostic, offering ordination to all those who feel the calling but don't want to wear the straitjacket of formalized dogma, and see ordination as a personal route to God rather than an excuse to impose one's values on other people and to proselytize. Acts of kindness and acts of spiritual healing are performed in secret. As Christ said, those who act in secret will be rewarded in secret, for God sees in secret. And the member rarely reveals his or her affiliation to anyone who's not likewise a member. The order is an organization which practices charity of the heart. And the only money which changes hands is when sharing costs to hire a room, to make materials, or if more than one organization has actually been expelled from the family for trying to charge for dues or lessons or initiations. Its approach is essentially Christian, since they're based on the teachings of two Christian mystics, Saint Martin and Jacob Boehme, but neither of whom, of course, can be said to be orthodox Christian. I mean, as you know, Jacob Boehme was persecuted like mad by his local bishop, and Saint Martin had really moved away from the formal Catholic Church. So again, it's a peaceful and a peaceable path, a quiet place for one to examine oneself, and a support structure for those who, like Neo in the Matrix, wake up to find themselves in a hostile world and needing advice on how to proceed along the path now they know they can never turn back. And finally, it is open to men and women, and both are able to pursue whatever paths they wish in this mystical Gnostic landscape. Martinism, as we saw, suffered two catastrophes, and now enjoys a third period of peace. But for a third time, we are now in that dangerous early period of our century, which so often has seen that war and destruction, which tears away our desire to reunite with the numinous and forces us to focus on Malkuth and the needs of the flesh. Let us all hope that this time we'll get it right. So, despite Martinism being an order independent from Masonry, we can see it probably would not have existed without it. Its roots are in the collective and independent work of three avid Freemasons. And if Masonry hadn't taken the bold step of divorcing itself from any religion at an early stage, and if the French Revolution hadn't come when it did, the goals of the convents of Gaul and Wilhelmsbad might have been realized, and continental Freemasonry, at least, might have become a single system based on Pasquale, or Martinism. Despite this not taking place, Martinism has borrowed its structure and most of its terminology from Freemasonry, including its meeting places, called lodges or chapters, and its system of grades. It's come close to being absorbed into Masonry on occasion, which might also explain the terror the order seems to strike in the hearts of the good old boys whenever they hear it mentioned, since they see it as a potential rival to good dues-paying members, and positively subversive in its belief in charging nothing. And of course, it is religious in its foundations, yet not aligned to any traditional form of Christianity, as it's Gnostic in its teachings, and it strives to a higher goal than making men just better. Fortunately, Freemasonry is not a threat anymore to its existence, any more than attacking a person for belonging to a church or a golf club would stand up in court. What happens outside a lodge room stays outside a lodge room. But in any case, as I hope we have seen, there is more than ample room for both under heaven and earth. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Brother Keith.
Very welcome.
Thank you so much. Brethren, at this time, I would like to recognize two individuals also that have been helping tremendously today, Ms. Jan Harms and Brother Charlie Curl in the back on the audio with the voice and everything and setting everything up for us. So thank you, Jan. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you so much for all this. At this time, we're going to break for lunch, so please go ahead, proceed to go downstairs so we can indulge in some nourishment. And after that, we'll return back for our third speaker of the day, Mrs. Tabitha Cicero. Please remember there's a voluntary donation of $10 as you proceed for the lunch downstairs. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Yeah, you sit down there. You no, you're not allowed the buttons. You're not allowed to have the buttons. No, not with the buttons. Oh, God. Give a quick hairbrush here. I know people aren't supposed to do this, but what the hell? I can tell I'm in the north. Static electricity. Whew. Yes. I'm sure.
Is that his Diet Coke?
Afternoon, brethren. I hope you had an enjoyable lunch, and thank you for coming back. I know there's some people back there struggling to come back, but I want to go ahead and start with our third speaker for today. I would like to introduce Lady Sandra Tabitha Cicero, who was born in rural Wisconsin. Her areas of interest include drawing, painting, poetry, theater, dance, and printmaking. A lifelong fascination with the creative arts has served to inspire her work in the magical world. After graduating from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee with a bachelor's degree in fine arts in 1982, Tabitha worked as an entertainer, typesetter, editor, commercial artist, and computer graphics illustrator. In 2009, she obtained an associate in science degree in paralegal studies. Tabitha is a member of several Martinist and Rosicrucian organizations. She met her husband and co-author, Charles Chick Cicero, in the early 1980s, and the Golden Dawn system of magic has been her primary spiritual focus ever since. Tabitha spent 5 years working on the paintings for the Golden Dawn Magical Tarot, which she began at the encouragement of Israel Regardi. Please help me in welcoming Tabitha Cicero.
Thank you, Yasser. Thank you, everybody. I love microphones because I don't speak very loudly. So today I'm going to talk about images of initiation, the Hermetic Tarot. And it's going to be an exploration of a variety of pre-Golden Dawn and post-Golden Dawn. Maybe I shouldn't stand so close. Post-Golden Dawn tarot images. The tarot, or Book T, as it is sometimes called, is a pictorial book of ageless esoteric wisdom. For centuries, it's been used by magicians, occultists, and mystics for the purposes of divination and meditation. Like the Kabbalah, the tarot is a complete, elaborate system for describing the hidden forces behind the manifest universe. Not only is it a key to all occult science, but also a map for uncovering the various parts of the human psyche. Some have called the cards of the tarot the hieroglyphs of the Western mystery tradition. The exact origins of the tarot are unclear. It's been claimed by some that the tarot has existed from the time of the Egyptians and even earlier. Its knowledge dating back as far as Atlantis. Another theory states that the great esoteric minds that witnessed the burning of the library at Alexandria met in secret and decided to save the wisdom of the ages from being lost by hiding it in a game of cards. Still others say that the tarot came from the Far East or from the Gypsies. As romantic as all of these stories are, they may remain to this day unencumbered by facts. The tarot does not predate the ordinary deck of playing cards, which were introduced into Europe soon after 1375 CE. The forerunners of the European playing cards were probably created in Persia or India and brought into Europe around 1370. One early ancestor, known as Mamluk playing cards, featured a deck of either 52 or 56 elegant designs containing 4 suits: swords, polo sticks, cups, and coins. Early Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese decks were based on the Mamluk model, although the suit of polo sticks was soon changed to batons or clubs. The 22 trump cards of the major arcana appear to be a later creation, as well as a purely European one. The earliest surviving tarot images, or trumps rather, still in existence date from about 1450. During the first part of the 15th century, the tarot was used almost exclusively at European courts of nobility, for it had become a pastime reserved for the aristocracy. However, there's little evidence to suggest that it was used for fortune-telling or any occult purpose at that time. It was considered simply a game. And the earliest decks were hand-painted. With the invention of woodblock printing in the 15th century, tarot cards became more common. In 1781, interest in the tarot gained momentum when Court de Gebelin, a Freemason and Protestant minister, claimed that the tarot trump cards were taken from a secret Egyptian book called the Book of Thoth. Geblin's influential Le Monde Primitif, or the Primitive World, was the source of many of the fanciful histories concerning the origins of the tarot. In 1860, Eliphas Levi produced his magnum opus of magical theory called The Dogma and Ritual of High Magic. Levi was certainly aware of the tarot theories of Geblin and others. Levi's own view that the tarot was an ancient esoteric book of spiritual knowledge was undoubtedly confirmed in his mind when he drew a remarkable comparison between the 22 trumps of the tarot and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. The occult revival of the 19th century promoted serious study of the tarot and its Kabbalistic associations. Occultists and magicians began to view the tarot as a quintessential tool for meditation and esoteric studies. In a small booklet published in 1888 called The Tarot, Its Occult Significance, Use in Fortune-Telling and Method of Play, a rather long title, S.L. McGregor Mathers insisted that the word tarot, or rota, was an anagram which pointed to its occult meaning. Torah, or the Hebrew word for law, Troa, Hebrew for gate, rota, which was Latin for wheel, and orat, which was Latin for something that speaks. Taur, the Egyptian goddess of darkness, and Ator, the Egyptian Venus. This implied that the tarot is a gate hidden in the darkness for those who are unable to tap into its riches. It is a gate of initiation, just as Venus, or Hathor, is the gate or door of initiation. The tarot is a book that speaks, and what it describes is divine law and the eternal wheel of universal cycles that power the manifest universe. The tarot deck used by the Golden Dawn was based upon the research by S.L. McGregor Mathers and William Wynne Westcott's work. Westcott and Mathers built their system of correspondences from earlier observations of Eliphas Levi, although they did not use Levi's particular attributions of the Hebrew letters to the cards. The tarot cards used by the Stella Matutina were slightly modified from those of the original Golden Dawn, especially with regard to the court cards. According to some sources, Dr. Wynne Westcott, who helped design the original Golden Dawn tarot, also assisted Dr. Felkin in some of the changes made later in the Stella Matutina deck, almost 2 decades after the original was drawn up. The 22 paths and their corresponding trump cards are active and moving. They are subjective currents of energy or channels that run between the Sephiroth on the Tree of Life, connecting the spheres. These are the cards that tell the story of the human soul in its eternal quest for wisdom. They represent the variety of experiences that spiritual seekers undergo as they travel the pathways on the Tree of Life, going from encountering the differences that occur between one Sephira and the next. They also represent the energies of the planets, the zodiacal signs, and the elements of the ancients. The tarot trumps are considered true initiatory forces, having both an esoteric or spiritual meaning as well as an exoteric or mundane meaning, which is used in divination. Contained within the tarot is a complete mythological world, a realm of symbol, allegory, and metaphor. The figures of the major arcana can be compared to different archetypes that we assume in different steps along our spiritual journey. At different times, we assume the role of the high priestess, the magician, and the fool. At times, we are the Greek hero Perseus, who comes to rescue the maiden Andromeda. And sometimes we are Andromeda, chained to the rock of mortality. Sometimes we are the small demons chained to the altar of the devil card by our own delusions and misconceptions. At other times, we may be the devil of the 15th key, causing the delusions for others around us. And at all times, we are the goddess of the 21st key, surrounded by the powers of the universe. Therefore, the tarot cards are snapshots of our own subconscious mind at various stages in our evolutionary growth. They are a filing cabinet of powerful archetypes. They are allegorical figures without a specific mythology, and thus they are universal to all mythologies. The story that unfolds in the major arcana is the story of the hero, universal to all cultures, and uncovered in the wonderful books by Joseph Campbell. The quest of the hero is to go off and perform noble acts, which in the end transform the hero into something greater. Often the hero leaves the comfort of familiar surroundings in search of adventure, and often at the prompting of the gods. There are trials and tribulations along the way, and the hero is tested time and time again. Finally, the hero prevails and is far stronger and wiser for all that he or she has endured. And this is the story of everyone who follows the spiritual calling in life. It is the story of the tarot, and the tarot is our story. As magicians, we work to become more than human. That's not to say we want to be superhuman. It means that we're striving to become the best possible human beings that we can be, to fulfill our fullest potential. To do this, we want to awaken those psychic gifts that we believe everyone is born with, but which are asleep in most people. We work to establish communication links between the conscious and subconscious parts of the human psyche. And we consider the tarot cards to be astral mirrors of our own mind. These cards can also be used to explore and connect with the many archetypes that are less familiar or less developed within a person's psyche. One of the principal purposes of the tarot is a card for meditation. Tarot images help focus the initiate's mind on the ideas that they represent. They are also used as scrying symbols, as doorways into other realms of reality. They are images of initiation. In a moment, I'm going to show you a series of images, tarot cards that were designed by members of the Golden Dawn, such as Wynne Westcott, and as well as one of the predecessors of the order, Frederick Holland. And finally, I'll show you a series of tarot images designed by A.E. Waite for his followers. I'm grateful for R.A. Gilbert and others for allowing me to show slides of some of this material for this lecture. What I hope to show is that there are many ways that the tarot has been interpreted by mystics and magicians of the Hermetic tradition. If the tarot is anything, it is a pictorial expression of spiritual growth. And as we shall see, even artists who created their own tarot decks will sometimes change their mind about tarot correspondences. If the tarot cards are indeed images of initiation, and the journey of initiation is a personal journey of self-exploration, then it stands to reason that each artist's interpretive view of a tarot deck that they have created is a personal expression of that journey. Meditating on these images can lead the initiate to personal insights as well as to universal truths. I'd like to talk briefly about an individual who had an important early influence on the development of the Golden Dawn, and this was Frederick Holland, who was a very learned and competent occultist. Holland had been initiated into the SRIA the same day as MacGregor Mathers, who was his neighbor. He would have known Wynne Westcott through the SRIA and through Masonic channels. In 1883, Holland founded his own order called the Society of Eight. Members of the Society of Eight included Kenneth Mackenzie, author of the Royal Masonic Cyclopedia. Mackenzie has been described as a tireless promoter of Rosicrucianism and the only English occultist to have conversed at length with Eliphas Levi. Mackenzie was one of the first in England to concern himself with the occult significance of tarot cards. Other members of the Society of Eight included John Yarker, Francis Irwin, and of course Wynne Westcott. And as Chick was saying earlier, it now seems most probable that the cipher manuscripts which form the basis of the Golden Dawn's initiation rituals were originally written down by Kenneth Mackenzie as ritual outlines for Holland's group, the Society of Eight. Leading Golden Dawn historian R.A. Gilbert suspects that the real Hermanubis Temple No. 2, listed in the official history lecture of the Golden Dawn, written by Westcott, was in reality Holland's Society of Eight. Little is known about Holland's group, since it either did not get fully off the ground or simply faded away. What is known about the society is this: it was not Masonic and was sharply distinguished from the SRIA. Its known members were all experienced occultists, and it's very likely that the society was intended to be open to women. Kenneth Mackenzie wrote the following to Francis Irwin in August of 1883, and he says, "I'm glad to welcome you as a brother of the Society of Eight. This society means work and not play. It is by no means poor little foolish Rosicrucian society. We are practical and not visionary, and we are not degree mongers. That nonsense is played out." It's evident that the society was practical and not theoretical. It dealt with alchemy, Hermeticism, and the tarot. And since Frederick Holland's Society of Eight was probably the prototype for the foundation of the Golden Dawn, the tarot deck designed by Frederick Holland can be considered the prototype of the Golden Dawn's tarot. Holland created a set of tarot cards for his own use, and the astrological information and other attributions did not conform to those of the later Golden Dawn teachings. Instead, Holland used the tarot attributions of the French Kabbalists such as Paul Christian, Eliphas Levi, and Pappus, whose work he would have been very familiar with. So let's look at some of his cards. As you can see, they're very simple in design. Holland's deck has 22 trump cards, 40 small cards, and no court cards. Here we see on the left Aleph. The number 1 is the Hebrew letter Aleph. In the French Kabbalistic system, this card is attached to the juggler or the magician. Here we find no such written title on this particular card. Instead, Holland's cards focus on the Hebrew letter attributions. Very few of his cards list the actual tarot trumps. Here the card of Aleph is associated with the phrase God or man. Above and below the letter Aleph are written ideas which further define this idea. Above it states the first principle, the producer of existence, and below it says unity, the mother of numbers. Straightforward, uncomplicated, no frills tarot cards. And these explanations are taken right from Eliphas Levi's book, The Dogma and Ritual of High Magic. And next to it we have the card of Beth, card number 2. This card is slightly more complicated than the previous one. We are accustomed to assigning the planet Mercury to Beth and the tarot card of the magician. But using the French system, Holland attributes this letter to the moon and the high priestess. The symbol of Luna is shown in the center of the letter. Information about the letter Beth surrounds the letter on all sides. And I'm not going to get into too much of that because I just want to show you just how unique and interesting these cards are. Here we have on the left the card of Keth. Again, I'm not going to show you very many images because they're very simple in design and you get the general idea. Here we see card number 8, the card of Heth, the fence. Now what's going on here? For such a simple design, this card has everything in it but the kitchen sink. For the first time, we see a traditional name of a tarot trump written in one of Holland's cards, Justice, right under the symbol of the scales. Interestingly, one aspect of this card, as Holland gives it, is the Antichrist, worshiper of the images or images and not its creator. Maybe this is why Holland used the Hebrew letters and not the traditional images associated with the tarot. And right next to it, we have the card of Lamed, assigned to the sign of Libra. Finally, we have a correspondence here that I can recognize. Again, it worked its way into the Golden Dawn system. In the French system, this is the card of the Hanged Man. And again, a very simple design surrounded with a few ideas relevant to the Hebrew letter. Here we have Samak on the left, attributed to Sagittarius, and the concept of moral power. On the left, Holland has attributed this card to the tarot trump of the devil. And here, if you look at the various sides of the card, there's a kind of an opposition being shown on the two parallel sides of the cards. The moral power of Sagittarius is countered by the devil and black magic on opposite sides. Next to it, we have the card of Ayin, attributed to Capricornus, as well as the temple rebuilt and Jerusalem. On the bottom, it says accoutrements and Tower of Babel. This is the card that we would normally recognize as the tower, or sometimes the lightning-struck tower. The card of Resh on the left is attributed to the judgment. Notice the serpent. Because snakes shed their skin, the creature was thought to have the power to renew or resurrect itself. On the bottom, we have the words universal medicine and resurrection. And on the right, we have the card of Ta, which Holland has attributed here to the sun. This is the card of the universe, or the world. On the left, we have truth. To the right, it says the microcosm. And I like how Holland has added the word Kether in the center of Tau in Hebrew to show the beginning and the end coming together. And here he has the 4 cherubic elements in the corners, just like the traditional tarot card of the world or the universe. And a few of the pip cards. I just want to show you some of Holland's pip cards because I find them very interesting. Here we see Holland's Ace of Wands on the left, showing the letter Yod, the Hebrew letter Yod, in the center. The simple design of the minor arcana cards is very reminiscent of the Golden Dawn's truncated pyramids of the Enochian tablets. Could these cards and their design be an early source of the design of the truncated pyramids of the Golden Dawn? Maybe, perhaps. At the top of the card is the name of one of the angels from the Shem HaMephoresh, and at the bottom is another Shem HaMephoresh angel that are associated with this card. Hebrew names associated with the first Sephir of Kether appear on the left, as they do on all the aces, all the number 1 cards associated with Kether. Next to it, we have the Ace of Pentacles on the right. Here we see the Hebrew letter He with a dot in the center to indicate that it is the final letter He of the name Yod He Vav He, and is attributed to Earth and the suit of Pentacles. Top and bottom, we have again the names of 2 Shem HaMephoresh angels and more information on Kether. 2 of Swords on the left. Here we see 2-letter Vavs representing the 2 of Swords. Top and bottom, again, are the names of angels, and the names on the sides are names and words attributed to the Sephira Chokmah, which is the second Sephira on the Tree of Life. Next to it, on the right, we have the 3 of Wands, and here we see 3 Yods. Angel names again, top and bottom, and the Hebrew names attributed to the 3rd Sephira of Bina are along the sides. In this vein, keeping the template going, here on the left we see the 4 of Swords. Holland shows us 4-letter Vavs, angel names above and below, along with Hebrew names associated with the 4th Sephira of Hesed. On the right we have the 5 of Cups. 5 Hebrew letter Heys are what's used to represent the cups here. Angel names above and below, along with Hebrew names associated with the 5th Sephira of Geborah. And I'm just going to go through a few more very, very briefly so you can see that they are following the same formula. On the left, 6 of Wands. On the right, 7 of Cups. On the left, 8 of Wands. In the middle, 9 of Swords. And on the right, 10 of Pentacles. Incidentally, I suspect that Holland's manner of drawing these pip cards, as they're sometimes called, the numbered cards of the tarot, using a background filled with tiny Hebrew letters of the name Tetragrammaton, Yod He Vav He, using the individual letters to visually indicate a particular element or tarot suit, had a big influence on Wynne Westcott's painting of alternative versions of the Enochian tablets that were displayed at the 1997 Golden Dawn Conference in London. Westcott used these exact same artistic devices on the various squares of the elemental tablets, some of which you can see here. The Hebrew letter Yod, you see on a fire to indicate the element of fire. And the letters He and Vav are there to indicate the letters of earth, water, and air. Speaking of Dr. William Wynne Westcott, I'd like to show you a series of early cards drawn by him. This deck was apparently pre-Golden Dawn, and the cards were based on the traditional French designs again. They were evidently Westcott's personal tarot cards, and there is no reference to them anywhere that I know of. They may have a basis in the tarot cards given to Westcott by the publisher R.H. Fryer, who was the first in England to import cards from France. I also think that Westcott had much more to do with the designing of the Golden Dawn's tarot cards and teachings on the tarot than has generally been acknowledged. On the right, we have the card of the Magician. Among the interesting features of this card, it seems pretty obvious that the central figure of the Magician is Christ, holding the caduceus of Hermes. You'll also notice that the elemental tools are positioned on the 4 corners of the altar and not at the 4 sides of the altar. Like Holland's cards before him, all the cards of this particular deck follow the French Kabbalistic attributions. Here the Magician is attributed to the Hebrew letter Aleph. And what I find fascinating is that, like Holland, Westcott has written a 4-fold interpretation of the card along the 4 sides of the card. The interpretive meanings here are very similar to those provided by Holland. Here, however, Westcott provides a more elaborate interpretation. In Holland's Magician card of Aleph, the top side simply said, God or man. There were other phrases above and below, and the central figure of Aleph concerning the first principle and unity. At the top of the magician card, Westcott has written here, in the divine world, God. At the bottom, it says, in the celestial world, the first principle. On the right, it says, the intellectual world, unity. And on the left, the terrestrial world, man. Now, many of you will recognize these terms as descriptions of the four Kabbalistic worlds and their attributions to the four letters of the Tetragrammaton, Yod, He, Vav, He, and the four elements. In addition to this fourfold explanation of the card, it appears to me at least that the design of Westcott's cards, like Holland's, suggests the beginning of a truncated pyramid, a figure which would later become very important again to the Golden Dawn's Enochian system of magic. Here's Westcott's high priestess on the left. In accordance with the French attributions, Westcott equates this card with the letter Beth. Author Paul Christensen describes the high priestess as a woman crowned with a tiara, surmounted by a crescent moon, covered by a veil whose folds fall over her face. She wears on her breast the solar cross and carries on her knees an open book, which she half closes with her cloak. Here we see a lady who looks very much like a 19th century image of Queen Victoria. And on the right, we have the Empress. In this card, the crowned and seated Empress has a scepter surmounted by a globe. An eagle, representing the Holy Spirit, sits on her right shoulder. And it says, at the sides, it says, in the divine world, the Holy Spirit. In the celestial world, Venus. It's interesting to note that Westcott has scribbled notes right above the figure. You see the word tongue, and underneath that, criminality and merit. It's as if he's working out ideas on the very cards as he's drawing them. Here we have the emperor on the left. He is reclining against a throne holding a scepter crowned with a lotus flower. Following the French attributions, Westcott has assigned the letter Daleth and Jupiter here. It's a pretty straightforward representation of the emperor. However, he looks like a proper 19th century gentleman to me. It must be the mustache. Around the card it says, in the divine world, Jehovah. In the celestial world, Jupiter. In the intellectual world, the quaternary. And in the terrestrial world, the Messiah. Next to it, on the right, we have the Hierophant, assigned to the letter Aries, assigned to the letter He and the sign of Aries. It shows a crowned ruler bearing a triple cross wand seated between two pillars, while two priests kneel before him. One of the most noticeable things in this card is the addition of the Masonic pillars surmounted by the two globes. And another thing that strikes me about these cards is that Westcott was a decent artist in his own right. He wasn't a great artist, but he was certainly a better draftsman than a lot of people give him credit for. These tarot images show quite a bit of careful detailing. The notes in the margins and in the center of some of the cards show the evolution of his thoughts concerning these tarot images and correspondences. Westcott really did play much more of a role in developing the tarot teachings of the Golden Dawn than he gets credit for. Here we have the card of the lovers on the left. It's a very interesting card. Here, Westcott follows the description given by Eliphas Levi of a man seated between vice and virtue. Above him shines the sun of truth, and in this sun is love, or Cupid, bending his bow and threatening vice with the shaft of his arrow. The role of vice appears to be filled by Lilith here. And on the right, we have the chariot. It's a pretty straightforward copy of Eliphas Levi's drawing of the chariot, pulled by two sphinxes. Standing in the chariot between four pillars is a victorious warrior, crowned with three pentagrams, the crescent moon on both shoulders, the terrestrial world, and the union of the positive and the negative. On the left, we have justice. Unlike many of the French designs, Westcott's figure of justice is standing and not seated, and is blindfolded. Following the description of Paul Christian, in one hand she holds her sword down rather than up, and in the other she holds the scales of balance. And on the right we have the card of the hermit. Following the description of Eliphas Levi, This card shows a sage leaning on his staff and holding a lamp in front of him. The face of the hermit is almost completely hidden from view, and a series of arches is seen behind him. On the left, we have the wheel. Again, a pretty straightforward rendition of Eliphas Levi's drawing of the card from the book The Key of the Mysteries, showing a wheel supported on a caduceus wand and a crescent. Hermanubis is on one side, Typhon is on the other, and above them is a sphinx holding a sword. On the right, we have strength or fortitude. The card here shows, it departs slightly from the traditional French designs. The card shows a seated woman closing the jaws of a lion. Now, Westcott's put a lot of effort into drawing this lion, and one interesting aspect of the card is the halo over the woman's head rather than the figure 8 shown in most of the French decks. Considering that Westcott had pictured Christ as the magician, perhaps this woman is meant to portray the Virgin Mary. I wish he'd left more notes. Here on the left we have the hanged man. We see a man with his hands tied behind his back, hanging upside down from a wooden beam. One innovation of this card is that Westcott has chosen to show the hanged man from the backside rather than the front. And while the French Kabbalists describe the two trees on either side of the hanged man as having 6 branches, Westcott has chosen to depict these trees showing 6 roots, which are very prominent. Tied to the man's arms are 2 bags of gold. And next to it we have Westcott's death card, attributed here to the letter Mem. It's pretty straightforward imagery, a skeleton armed with a scythe, mowing the grass upon which are body parts. And around the border it says, "In the divine world, birth. Death is the gate of life. Fear not and enter herein, for in thy death are sown the seeds of immortality." The card of temperance. This card closely follows Eliphas Levi's depiction of an angel who holds a goblet in each hand. She pours from one to the other, and the 2 essences whose union form the elixir of life. On her forehead is the symbol of the sun, and on her breast are the symbols of a square and a triangle, referring to the septenary. Next to it, we have the figure of the tower, which shows a Babylonian ziggurat or stepped pyramid being destroyed by a lightning blast. Unlike other descriptions of this card from other decks, no figures are seen here falling from the tower, and I really like this card. I think it's very well done. The card of the star on the left. The kneeling woman pours water from 2 vases that form a river at her feet. A large star is above her head with smaller stars beneath. Although we're used to seeing an ibis or bird of Hermes in a tree next to the figure, Paul Christian describes a butterfly besides the woman, alighting on a rose, as is shown here. There are notes scribbled above the figure which read, "Truth, nature, and wisdom unveiled, purity, fire, and water from air, and the star of Venus." Next to it we have the card of the moon, with 2 towers and 2 dogs shown below. The design of the card is curiously off-center to the left, and the crayfish, which is very prominent in some cards, seems almost forgotten on the right. The card of the sun. The image here is straight out of Levy. The sun shining down on 2 children who stand holding each other's hands. But instead of a wall behind the children, here it surrounds them. Westcott has scribbled something out here and written notes on LVX, Paracelsus, and page number reference to another book. Next to that, we have the card of judgment, with an angel blowing a trumpet and the dead rising from their tombs. And we have the last 2 cards of his deck. We have the world. Oh, incidentally, there was no devil card. For some reason, I don't know if it was lost. I did not have, it was the only card of the trumps that Westcott did, which I haven't seen. I don't know if it was lost or what happened to it. I'm sure he had one, but I don't know where it is. Anyway, we have here the universe, or the world. Here we see a nude woman within a garland of leaves. Levy describes this image as the crown of Kether, surrounded by the 4 forms of the Sphinx, or cherubim, with the figure of truth in the center. Westcott seems to have crossed out the letter Ta and inserted the letter Shin. And next to it we have the card of the Fool. And this guy is a real mess from looking at him. Not only is a dog biting him, he's got one shoe on and the other shoe on a stick. He's got hay seeds sticking out of his hat, and he looks like he's been drinking. In any event, the sides of the cards tell us, in the divine world, the science of the prophets, the priesthood of magic. In the celestial world, the third mother, Shin, astral light. In the intellectual world, 21. And in the terrestrial world, the sensual, the flesh. Interestingly, Westcott has crossed out the letter Shin and changed it to Ta. He wasn't sure which it should be. So he went back and forth with it. So that's Westcott's personal tarot, drawn by his own hand before the Golden Dawn was founded. The next couple of slides are also from Westcott's work, but these are from a time after Mathers and Westcott developed the Golden Dawn system of tarot correspondences. And I'm going to take a short break, get some water. Okay. Now, these cards are not nearly as detailed as his personal deck because they were in a notebook, and they were basically to kind of slapdash just get down the bare basics of the symbology that he wanted in the cards. Here we've got the Tower and the Moon. These are from Westcott's Golden Dawn ritual notebooks. The tower now has the Tree of Life and the Qliphothic tree on either side of it. The Dukes of Edom are falling from the building after the crown of the tower has been sheared off by the lightning bolt of Mars. The moon is now centered, and the path leading from the swimming crayfish between the two dogs and off into the horizon. 4 yods representing the 4 worlds are falling from Luna. This is the card of the sun, and it's really obvious here that Westcott did not put half as much time into drawing these cards. Again, it was a ritual notebook, slapdash, get the information down, as he did with his earlier deck. They're much more very quick sketches drawn just to show the basic symbolism. Death card and the Devil card, showing again the traditional Golden Dawn symbology. Temperance. Here we have 2 forms of the card required in a Golden Dawn ritual. The so-called earlier version, with the lion and eagle changed to the angel, is on the right, and the so-called newer version, which is actually the more traditional image of temperance, is on the left. These next few slides show a comparison between some of the court cards of the early Golden Dawn and the later Stella Matutina, which was an offshoot branch of the Golden Dawn. The cards on the left are from the early Golden Dawn notebooks from Westcott's collection, first published by Darcy Kuntz in 1996. It's been speculated that Moyna Mathers drew these cards, and the style is similar to other of her works. However, it's also been suggested that Westcott might have drawn them. We have already seen that he was a competent draftsman in his own right, and he certainly would have been up to the task. So on the left, we have the original Golden Dawn version, and on the right, the later Stella Matutina version, which seems stiffer and less detailed by comparison. One of the main differences between the 2 versions is in the original Golden Dawn card shows a symbol of the circle within a circle circumvented by a cross. This is a symbol of the sigil of fire in the King's scale. And this is shown because the King of Wands represents fire in this King's scale of color, or the highest divine world of Atziluth. It's described in a paper on color that was first published in a paper from Florence Farr's notebook, also first published in 1996. And the Stella Matutina version on the right, this sigil doesn't exist at all. There's simply a circle placed on the fiery wand held by the king. Here we've got the comparison of the Queen of Swords from both decks. There's simply no comparison between the relative artistry of the earlier Golden Dawn version on the left and the somewhat more bland cartoonishness of the Stella Matutina version on the right. Details certainly appear to have been left off of the later version. The original shows the winged head of a child on the crown of the figure. It seems to have been dropped from the later version. The original also shows the sigil of air in the queen scale for the air suit and the water court card. 3 concentric circles on the crown of the queen. And the Stella Matutina version just doesn't have any of this symbolism. The Prince of Cups, same thing. On the Golden Dawn version, the prince has the figure of an eagle on his crown, his breast, and knee. On the Stella Matutina version, these images are so tiny that they look like squiggles. The Golden Dawn version shows the sigil of water in the prince scale on the cup for the water suit in the air court card. And again, the Stella Matutina version doesn't have this. The princess, or knave of pentacles. For our final comparison of the court cards, we see that the Golden Dawn princess has the figure of a winged ram's head on her crown, midriff, and knees. I can't figure out what the hell is on the crown of the Stella Matutina princess. I really don't know what that is. And of course, the GD version shows the sigil of earth in the princess scale, since the princess of pentacles is earth in the material world of Asiya. So far, we've looked at a series of tarot images by one of the founders of the Golden Dawn, as well as an early important influence on the Golden Dawn. It's fair to say that the tarot images of the Golden Dawn have had an important and far-reaching and long-lasting effect on how modern esotericists have come to view and interpret these images. Now I'd like to turn to a series of post-Golden Dawn tarot images commissioned by a figure of authority in the Golden Dawn tradition, a mystic who left the Golden Dawn and went on to found his own order. I'm speaking, of course, of Arthur Edward Waite, who joined the Golden Dawn in 1891. When the GD split apart in 1903, Waite became the head of a splinter group known as the Independent and Rectified Rite of the Golden Dawn. In 1915, he formed the Fellowship of the Rosy Cross, commonly known as the FRC. Waite's collaboration with artist Pamela Coleman Smith, published in 1910 as the Rider-Waite Tarot, is without a doubt the single most popular tarot deck in the world. Waite produced that deck for the general public, but I'm not here to talk about that particular deck. You've seen it billions of times. It's in billions of movies, because I want to talk about a different deck. This is Waite's personal esoteric tarot deck. It wasn't his personal deck. It was designed for his group, the FRC. There is no minor arcana or numbered cards because the pip cards didn't really matter that much to Waite. He did not consider them at all important. There are two versions of this deck, one in black and white and the other in color. Waite referred to this deck as the Great Symbols of the Paths. And these were not cards for divination. They were purely for meditation. On the left, we have the card of the Fool. There were actually two artists that were commissioned for doing this particular deck. The first artist was Wilfred Pippett. He actually only did two cards in black and white, and one was the Fool and the other was the Emperor. For some reason that we don't know why he was involved, because the other artist was John Brahms Trinick, who is an Australian artist, also a member of the FRC, and he did all of the other versions that are in this particular deck, both the color versions and the black and white versions, except for the two done by Pippett. On the left is the card of the Fool. It was drawn in 1923 by Wilfred Pippett, who is both unknown in the FRC and unknown as an artist. I believe he did illustrations for children's books and possibly religious books. This Fool is unlike all previous versions of the Foolish Man, but then so was the Golden Dawn's version of the card, which showed an innocent child at the very beginning of his potential. Speaking of his published deck and his book in the Pictorial Key to the Tarot, Waite says of the Fool, "He is the spirit in search of experience. Many symbols of the instituted mysteries are summarized in this card, which reverses under high warrants all the confusions that have preceded it. This is a glorified Fool in search of unity with the divine. And on the crown, it says the word unitas, or unity." And I also want to mention that I was granted permission to show cards from this deck, the great Symbols of the Paths, by Robert Gilbert and the FRC, as long as I didn't reveal too much of their use of them in ritual, which I definitely respect that. What I'm going to talk about instead is I'm going to show you the cards and talk rather about their artistry, point out some of their symbolism and some of my own inferences. And because they're simply gorgeous to look at and very interesting, I think that you'll be able to make your own conclusions and get your own meaningful experiences out of them. On the right here we have, of course, the artist who did all of the other cards. This is John Brahms Trinick, an Australian artist who is also a member of the FRC. Trinick was an accomplished illustrator in watercolor, and most of these are done, except for the black and white ones. The color ones are mostly done in watercolor. He also worked with pencil, pastel, and crayon, and a collection of his watercolor copies of European stained glass windows can be seen at the Victoria and Albert Museum in London. Okay, let's go here. And here we have his black and white version of the Magician. The Magician is dressed in white robes. Instead of an infinity sign, he has the pentagram of spirit above his head. The design of the card is elegant and uplifting. And to the right, we have the color version, another version of this Magician card by Trinick, this time from the watercolor deck commissioned by Waite for his order. Some of the cards from the black and white deck and the color deck are both identical, while a few others, such as the Magician card, can be a little different. Trinick's color version shows much more of an Art Nouveau style with its sweeping curves and vines. The familiar infinity sign above the Magician's head is back, which makes me think it was painted before the black and white drawings. I think that the black and white drawings were done afterwards to kind of fill out the deck, because there weren't, not all the cards, I believe, were done in color. So some of them, and also they had to they had to present the cards for their own members to have their own cards to study. So that was why the need for the black and white deck. Okay, and next we have the High Priestess. Waite considered this card to be one of the most important images in the deck. The High Priestess was to him the embodiment of the hidden mysteries of nature and science. It's a very beautiful and powerful card, but the color one on the right is even better. I'm so glad to have this wonderful large screen here, because you really get a sense of it from the back, which I don't always get sometimes in these presentations, but this big screen is perfect for this. In the color version, the figure of the High Priestess is enfolded with a kind of veil shaped like an omega. The pillars can be faintly seen on either side of her with the Hebrew letters Yod and Beth. The Yod is a little bit damaged to her left to indicate that the pillars of Yakin and Boaz. The man at the bottom of the picture is the initiate, who aspires up the path of Gimel toward Kether. This is one of my favorite cards in the deck, and it truly shows the power and majesty of the divine feminine. The Empress. This card is that of the Empress and is typical of many of the cards of Waite's Initiatory Tarot deck. It's very simple, especially the one on the black and white one on the left. There's almost little or no symbolism other than the central figure of the card. She is, to my mind at least, the divine feminine as the Great Mother or Holy Mother. Simple, uncomplicated, all-loving, all-knowing. This Empress has no jewels, no scepters, none of the trappings of royalty. She has no need of these things. Her power and her royalty come from within. Before I go on to the next card, I just want to let you notice the pedestal that she's sitting on. There's no Hebrew letter indicated there. It's just a pedestal. And in the center, compare this to the previous card. Now, this is a very different version of the Empress card, painted by Trinick. So he painted more than one. I think he was experimenting with them. A couple of these influences, particularly the Magician and the High Priestess, really show that Art Nouveau style, which doesn't really appear in any of the other color paintings for this deck. One could almost see Trinick designing this card for one of his stained glass windows. And like the colored Magician card, being Art Nouveau-like, it's a very lovely card, but it also lacks the power and the pure spiritual essence of the black and white version. Now, the color version on the far right is a wonderful version. It's basically the same as the black and white one, but it's even with the color, it is just richer. And if you look at the pedestal that she's sitting on, I think you can see it there. I'm not quite sure. There's the letter Hey. Waite's FRC followed the Hebrew attributions of the Golden Dawn, which state that the letter He is attributed to the emperor and the sign of Aries. So why does this figure have the letter He? Maybe it's a reference to the letter He of Tetragrammaton, the letter associated with the divine feminine. In any event, it's certainly a very intriguing card. Doesn't need a lot of jewels or frills. It's very potent as it is. And here's the Emperor card. It's the only other card that was done by Wilfred Piffet. And this is like a masculine twin of the Empress card that we saw earlier. Like the Empress, he is dressed plainly. The Emperor has no need of regalia and the trappings of royalty and power. He is royalty and power. His right hand is raised in the gesture that Waite refers to as the well-known ecclesiastical sign, which is called that of esotericism, distinguished between the manifest and concealed part of the doctrine. As you can see, there's clearly a Christ-like quality to this figure. The emperor is not a military leader nor a tyrannical despot. He is a purely spiritual leader, ruling by virtue of his divine essence. And here's the Hierophant. The black and white version clearly shows a bishop or vicar seated in the apse of a church, beneath a stained glass window. I don't know if it's the darkening color of this card or the fact that the Hierophant is positioned away from the viewer, behind a shaded archway. But I find that this card has a certain quality of aloofness and a spatial distance that the Emperor and the Empress cards simply did not have. The figure blends too much in with the dark background, and he almost looks like he's a part of the stained glass window behind him. Now I find the color version on the right much more satisfying. Instead of a gray figure against a murky backdrop, the figure is now a point of light within a dark building. He's no longer closed in behind an archway. Now the arches on either side of him reach skyward. He's no longer part of the scenery, but a focal point for spiritual ascension. Everything around him leads upward. He seems more approachable, more human, and his demeanor is softer than before. In his book on the pictorial key of the tarot, Waite tells us that whereas the high priestess was the prevailing genius of the esoteric withdrawn power, the Hierophant is the power of the keys, exoteric orthodox doctrine. He symbolizes all things that are righteous and sacred on the manifest side. As such, he is the channel of grace belonging to the world of institution, as distinct from that of nature. And here's another card that we have three versions of, the Lovers. On the left, we have the black and white version. Here we see an archetypal couple, Adam and Eve, in the Garden of Eden, with the higher figure of an angel blessing their union. Now, we're used to seeing an angel in the card of the Lovers, but Waite uses angelic figures very often in his deck, as we shall soon discover. I particularly like the way the trees on either side of the card are growing together. They're becoming one tree almost in the center under the angel. And in the center is a color version of the card. This version is much more impressive because of the diaphanous quality of the angel. Here you can see the roots of the trees growing together in unison. Waite rejected the medieval interpretation of the Lover's card with its old title of marriage, an imagery which depicted a man standing between two women representing vice and virtue, which again we saw back in the Westcott card. In his book on the tarot, Waite says that in a very high sense, the card is a mystery of the covenant and the Sabbath. The woman in the card, rather than being simply a conscious temptress, is instead working a secret law of providence, and only through her can man complete himself. Waite also tells us that the card is therefore, in its way, another intimation concerning the great mystery of womanhood. And finally, we have yet another color version on the far right. Here's a different version of the Lover's card, and unfortunately this card's been very damaged by water specks or specks of mold or something. This is a very subtle card which shows some faint, transparent artwork that is made even more difficult to see because of the damage. Here, two trees are colored red and white, which are colors of the red solar king and the white lunar queen in alchemical symbolism. A third tree now appears in the center, as if it had sprung from the union of the lovers. Above this is a series of angelic wings which rise upward like flames. And it's almost impossible to see here, but there is an angel at the top of the card and a circle which might indicate the spiritual son of Kether above the figure. It's right right at the very top. You can just barely make out the points of the wings almost toward the top of the card. The Chariot on the left. One of those cards, which is, it's a little hard to tell it's a chariot because there's no actual chariot. There's like a flying disc. Like the charioteer in other decks, the figure here is seen standing on a moving object. It strikes me that this might represent an interpretation of a Merkaba experience, wherein Hebrew mystics went on visionary journeys into the heavens and were transformed by the event. The figure represented here has no need for a physical chariot. He has become the vehicle of his own spiritual ascension. Unfortunately, the color version of this card seems to have been lost or simply was never painted in the first place. I'm not sure which. And next to it, we have the card of strength. And this is yet another example of Waite's initiatory tarot, the great symbols of the paths, wherein it's not readily apparent exactly which card this is supposed to represent. Since Waite tried to simplify these images, making their symbolism as pure and uncluttered as possible. It could almost be any card in the deck, but I know it is the strength card, and it's very powerful. I wish there were color versions of these two particular cards. I think they both would have been stunning. This is the Hermit. Again, it's a card, it's easy to name. It's a card of spiritual attainment. And it's virtually the same black and white and the color. It's just that the black and white one is actually a little easier to see because the color one is so, the figure in the light is so transparent you can barely see him. In this card, the light from the star within the Hermit's lantern envelops the Hermit's entire head within a halo of light. And this Hermit's feet does not even touch the ground. He exists beyond our world and is not bound by the confines of time or space. Here we have the Wheel of Fortune, and I wouldn't even call this the Wheel of Fortune. I'd call it the Wheel of Spirit because that's what it seems like to me. It gives us a sense of peace, of quiet reflection, divine presence, and divine protection. It's unfortunate that the color version of this wheel this card has disappeared or maybe was never painted because I would have loved to have seen this one in color. I think it would have been, again, another stunning card. Some of the simpler cards would have been the way that Trinick was painting them. They were gorgeous, and his simpler cards, I think, were the more gorgeous. Here we have Justice, another very interesting card. She's set within the image of a tree and surrounded by 12 flames or flaming stars. Above her is the flaming sword of the cherubim, which according to the Kabbalah kept the Garden of Eden protected from the fall of Adam and against the Qliphothic influences. Two images lie under the tree. The left is a face inside a rose. The field generated by the face is one of unity, of tranquility, and of birth. The image on the right shows a man and woman pulling in opposite directions at the bottom of the cards, while the man is entangled by the woman's hair like the tentacles of an octopus. They're inside a circle formed from a chain. This image generates a feeling of entrapment, separation, and antagonism. The entire card is an image of the mystery of equilibrium and passage through judgment and trials. Again, the color version is even better. What I like about this card is its vibrant, fiery red contrasted against the somber blue-green in the background. The face in the rose is a little harder to make out below, but it's much easier to see the twining hair of the woman in the lower right-hand circle. And another three-card version here, the Hanged Man. Here we have the Path of Mem. And Waite considered this card also one of the most important cards in the deck. The first two cards are pretty similar, the black and white and the color. Here we see the figure of a man wearing a crown. He appears to be dead in the water, floating in a filbert cross over which is a rainbow. At the top of the card is Noah's Ark. Waite refers to this card as the drowned giant. There's a long explanation of this card by Waite in the Complete Golden Dawn System of Magic by Israel Regardie, otherwise called the Doorstop Edition. A couple of Waite's rituals for the FRC were published in that book, and you can read it at your leisure. Waite calls the Hanged Man an image of the mysteries of death and resurrection. And finally, at the right, there is another version of the Hanged Man, and one I find very interesting. Here the Hanged Man is suspended. He stands upon the sphere of Tefereth, while above his outstretched arms is a large dark circle, the sphere of Doth. This image reminds me of the Golden Dawn's diagram of the Garden of Eden before the fall, where Adam is extended from Tifereth and his arms reach out to Geburah and Gedula. The card of death, and I think this is probably the best death card ever designed. The corpse lies at the very bottom of the card, at the bottom of a very dark cave, which looks like the underworld. Above the body, a series of steps ascend toward the light. The soul of the deceased, encased within a brilliant pentagram of spirit, rises upward. And the color version, it's a little harder to make out the ethereal details of the soul, which you can see a little bit better in the black and white version. But the contrast between the blackness of death and the brilliance of the resurrected spirit makes this a truly stunning card. Temperance. From this point, the cards just seem to get better and better as far as I'm concerned. The top of the card, we see a great angel between two pillars upon which are written Hesed and Gevorah. She holds two vases from which water is flowing down through the clouds into Yesod and finally forming a river in Malkuth below. The color version of the card, we can see that one stream of water is golden. The painted version offers us a transparent, ethereal version that draws us in. I particularly like the violet rolling clouds, which make the bottom of the card feel heavy. But the white stream of water cutting through the clouds lead our eyes upward. Everything in the card leads upward toward the brilliant heavens. According to Waite, it is temperance fantastically, because when the rule of it obtains in our consciousness, it tempers, combines, and harmonizes the psychic and material natures. Under that rule, we know in our rational part something of whence we came and whither we go. The card of the devil. Many tarot cards depict, when they show the devil, it's actually something that makes us laugh or giggle. It's usually some sort of comical creature, pitiful creature with horns, hoofs, and barbed tail, and usually a tongue sticking out at us. But not this devil. Here's a devil with real power. He's kind of like the flapper devil from the 1920s. He's so alluring and powerful that he might actually be considered scary. And the color version is even better. On the right, it has more punch to it. Look at the way the candles coil around each other like serpents. Look at the smoke doing the same thing. And the expressions of the lower two figures. They are not chained to the altar. They are cowering, defeated. The 6 smoking flames ascending remind me of the flaming shards falling from the Kabbalistic breaking of the vessels, which resulted in the formation of the Qliphoth, or unbalanced forces. This image shows us the master of the material world and the plight of those who are a slave to that world. Another good card, the Tower. Needs no explanation. It's immediately understood when you look at it, especially the color version. The tower looks precarious. You can almost feel this tower being blasted and cracked in half by the lightning blast. There's also a kind of Lord of the Rings quality about it. Waite explains that this tower is an image of the materialization of the spiritual world. It is the rending of a house of doctrine or a house of falsehood. It also indicates in the most comprehensive way the old truth that except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. The Star. A very lovely card with symbolism we've come to expect, but it's not a particularly spectacular card. On the left, the color version is much better. Like many of the figures in this deck, the goddess does not touch the ground, but floats above it. Regarding the Star card, Waite says that the figure will appear as a type of truth unveiled, glorious in undying beauty, pouring on the waters of the soul some part and measure of her priceless possession. But she is in reality the great mother in the Kabbalistic Sephira Bina, which is supernal understanding, who communicates to the Sephira that are below the measure that they can receive her influx. The Moon. Now, the main thing I'd like you to notice about this card is the symbolism that we would expect to find immediately. The 2 dogs, the 2 towers, the crayfish. Here they're so tiny in the card that you hardly even notice them. What you mostly see about this card is the 2 faces. And I can't think of many times where I've seen the sun appear in the Moon card. In Waite's public tarot, the Rider-Waite deck, the face of the moon looks downward at dogs, and the crayfish. Here, however, the lunar face pretty much ignores these lower creatures. Her face is completely toward that of the sun. To me, this is a reminder that our focus should be on the higher self of the sun and Tefereth rather than on the lower animal nature of the Nephesh. And the sun. Here is Trinick's black and white version of the sun, and next to it the color version. The yellow color which pervades this card gives it an aura that the black and white version, although you can see it better, it just doesn't have the same power. We see a robed figure invoking, praying, or simply aspiring to his higher self, symbolized by the sphere of the sun. The arms of the mystic reach upward. The arms of the higher self reach downward. Waite tells us that the symbol of the sun is consciousness in spirit. When the self-knowing spirit has dawned in the consciousness above the natural mind, that mind, in its renewal, leads forth the animal nature in a state of perfect conformity. Judgment. The lower figure appears to be rising towards the angel, and I think that the presence of the rainbow is another indicator that this is the card of judgment, because the Golden Dawn version of the card also has a rainbow. The color version of this card is a little bit damaged here. It's a lot harder to make out. The lower figure in this card seems to be much more of an apparition, or a disembodied soul rising upward to join the higher self. In both versions, the lower figure is crowned, I believe, to indicate that he has achieved self-mastery or enlightenment. According to Waite, the judgment is the card which registers the accomplishment of the great work of transformation in answer to the summons of the supernal, which summons is heard and answered from within. And finally, the last card, the universe or the world. Unlike many of the other cards in Waite's great symbols of the paths, the cards of the universe is virtually unchanged in design when compared with the same card of other decks, although the wreath that encircles the central figure has become a chain. Waite tells us it represents also the perfection and the end of the cosmos, the secret which is within it, the rapture of the universe when it understands itself in God. It is further the state of the soul in the consciousness of the divine vision, reflected from the self-knowing spirit. It has been called the crown of the Magi. And this brings us to the end of the deck. And in an article written for the Occult Review, Waite tells us how the reader should approach the tarot trumps for greater spiritual understanding. And he says, if they seek to place upon each individually the highest meaning that may be drawn upon them in a mood of reflection, then to combine the images, the messages, modifying their formation until the whole series moves together in harmony, the result may be something of a living value to themselves and therefore true for them. It should be understood that in conclusion, I've been dealing with pictured images, but also the way of the mystics ultimately leaves behind the figured representations of the mind. For it is behind the kaleidoscope of external things that the still light shines in, and from within the mind, that the state of pure being, which is the life and the soul in God. So in closing, I just have this. I've shown you a series again of images from the pre- and post-Golden Dawn. All these images were drawn or painted to express divine ideas and to share these truths with others who seek the way of return back to our divine essence beyond the gates of this world. But in the end, all images pass away. We humans need visual imagery because we are still chained to the body, an awareness that comes and goes. When we can grow beyond the need for images, and even sacred images such as these, we'll have achieved union with the divine. And even more shall we have achieved unity with the divine. And I thank you. I hope you've enjoyed that.
So, brethren, as you've heard, have seen from our speakers today, there are so many precursors and interchange in the occult and esoteric world, with especially around the concept of initiation, reintegration, and really the self-betterment overall. So we wanted through this academy, again, as we've done throughout history, to expose Freemasons to all these ideas that are out there in our effort to continue to look at what's in this world, look at the symbols around us, and reflect upon them and use those tools that we elicit. I want to again thank Chick and Tabby and Pierce, who had to leave, for being with us. We're going to get to that in a second. It's been a very long day, so I want to be conscious also with everyone's time. We can take a few questions if there's any in the hall in here for those who are here today. We're not going to be able to take any questions from online, but are there any questions here? This is working. Does anyone have any questions?
Do we have any questions on the Golden Dawn in its relationship to Masonry? Come on, guys. Somebody's got to say something.
Let's see. Eric, is there anything on the Golden Dawn? Any questions on the Golden Dawn online? No? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you. The Enochian system is part of the Golden Dawn system. It only goes up to the portal. It doesn't go into the second order of the RRAC. It would be studied, but it would be a side. The Rosicrucian, the second order, has to do with the Rosicrucian vault. And it just doesn't belong. The Enochian tablets are the guardians of the gates, the guardians of the vault of the Adepti. They stand outside of the vault and guard it. So you would work it in the portal hall. You would work that symbolism and use it. But when you go into the vault, then you're in a different. You're in Yetzirah. You're in the second level of existence, and they don't belong there. I know some people try and have tried to use it and had some pretty bad results. It's just wasn't meant to be. Okay? Okay. Solomonic magic.
Solomonic magic. Would that also go into anything like from the Goetia, the Lesser Key of Solomon, things like that?
As a sideline, we study everything, including the Solomonic magic. In a sense, the very, 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 very beginning of the Golden Dawn ritual is in the Neophyte Hall. You have a cross and a triangle. There's the triangle of light and the cross, a red cross and a white triangle. And it's on the altar. Now, the red cross in reality represents the candidate. Okay? It's the cross, the human. And the triangle is the triangle of light. And as you go into the second order, not the second order, the second initiation, which is the Latur, the triangle, then the cross is put inside the triangle of light, which is a form of Solomonic magic. You are doing at that time, you are invoking the energies into the candidate. So that is basically a form of the Solomonic tradition. And of course, we have students that have gotten heavily into that. And I don't try to encourage it because so much of it has been made up. They made up these names. Now there are certain. If I had, maybe next time, I'll show you how to make what we call squares, magical squares, and that's where you actually do create energies, and where you can put your name in there, and you can make a talisman out of it, and so forth. But they need to keep away from trying to do that self. You can't do that in the vault. In the vault, going into the second order, it's the red rose and the cross of gold. It's a Rosicrucian order, basically. So you're basically, it's on a different level. It has nothing to do with the Solomonic tradition. That's done separately.
Come on up, Debbie.
My wife has got an astral eraser out, and she's telling me, oh no. Well, I'm always ready to be corrected.
I think one of your questions was, is there Enochian in the second order? And I believe that was your first question. And there is Enochian that's done. When I talked about the truncated pyramids, one of the things we do is scry into those squares of the Enochian tablets. And other parts of the system are used in the higher grades.
But they are separate from the actual second order teachings.
Okay.
They're part of it,
yeah.
But in a separate box.
Yes. Everything in its own box.
And we have one more question, Ben.
Okay.
Oh, Matt.
Are there any more questions? Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, it's weird talking to this microphone. I'm curious as to both of your opinions on the correlation and interrelationship between ceremonial and ritualistic magic and how they interplay with intentionality, subconscious processes, and quantum mechanics. I hope that's not too broad of a question, but they all seem very related, and I would imagine you guys are pretty experts on these topics, and I'd be curious to hear what your opinions on that would be.
It's a good thought. It is, because ceremonial magic, like I was in my talk at the very beginning, I talked about bringing, excuse me, having to do with the recreation of the spirituality within yourself. Anything that you can imagine, you could create. If you put your mind to it, you can create it. So if you apply that thinking, you can apply it to the mechanics. There's so many ways. If you think about what's going on today, they're processing, I believe, with the printers, different mechanical parts, and they're actually trying and experimenting at this particular moment how to make a hand or a part of our body. And it's very magical. But it begins in the mind, and you project those thoughts, and the thoughts become a reality, and the reality becomes a truth, and it actually happens. and it's happening. And we have, I mean, just think of what's going on. I mean, scientifically speaking, their leaps and bounds are going. They're creating anything and anything that possibly you could think of. And I think maybe that's answering your question, or I didn't.
You definitely did to some degree. I'm just curious how, I'm a bit of a nerd, I read a lot, and I know I've looked into books about subconscious processes, right? The power of your subconscious mind. And I was wondering how that relates to intentionality, ceremonial magic, and the idea that everything is connected through quantum mechanics.
Okay. One of the first things that we're taught and we teach is in the very, very, very beginning, in the neophyte grade. And we have a neophyte grade which is not even related to anything. It's the time of introducing the candidate to the order. And if they can make it through the neophyte, then they're really invited into the order, which begins in the second degree, the Zlater. Getting back to the point that you were trying to get at, anything that you can think of, you're taught to, the first thing you're taught is to focus on a point out there in the universe, or a point here in front of you. To be able to focus on an object or a point, and you drop, and you're able to just get rid of all the noise. We're constantly being bombarded by just sitting here, the trucks outside are beeping and the sirens and whatever, or the rattling. But you should be able to teach yourself to be able to concentrate on one point, to focus on that one point. If you could focus on that one point without being disrupted, you can create anything. You will have the ability to sit back and put together anything that you so desire. Because our minds have the capacity of making and creating these objects. It's up to us, but you've got to be able to learn how to focus, and it's so hard to focus. I mean, but it can be done, and it takes years and years of practice. And our lessons and our studies are all programmed. You're always being programmed and taught how to control your emotions, how to control yourself, so that you could start to focus. And if you learn how to focus, you could create anything you want. That's the key. Just think about how many times in your life you have decided that you want to do something. And you sit back and you think about it and you think about it and you think about it and you actually do it. And it happens. You have created a thought. And that thought is the point. The point where you have the ability to move it into reality. It's a reality that happens, and we could go forward. We're human beings, and we have the ability to do it. We just have to sit back and learn how to do it. And we try in our teachings to give everybody that opportunity. We are what we call spiritual healers. And by that we mean spiritual healers, the healers of our body and our mind and our soul. So that you have the ability, we don't want followers. Everybody that goes through our studies becomes a leader, in control of their own life, to be able to experience the way they feel, what they want, to be able to go out in life and truly make themselves a human being. We raise the level from a human. Think of the pentagram. It's a 5-pointed star. We are the pentagram. We are designed in the pentagram. All through nature you'll see pentagrams. If you cut an apple in half, it's a pentagram, and so forth. But I mean, when you go through the studies, you then become what we call the hexagram. If you think of a hexagram, or you've seen the Star of Solomon, many of you. Well, the hexagram is the Star of Solomon. It's two objects coming together and forming a balanced star. So the pentagram is not balanced. You're not a balanced. You've got to learn to balance yourself. You've got to learn to be the hexagram, which is perfected man or consecrated. So you learn this. You don't need somebody telling you how to do it or have to do it. You have to learn how to do it. And the only way you do it is by yourself, with help. And this is what we try to do, is give you the materials or the lessons, the studies, so that you can create this within yourself. Like I say, we're not looking for followers. We're looking for leaders. What a difference that is. Most people want followers. We don't. If somebody comes to us and they want to be a follower, I tell them to go someplace else. Anyway, does that answer? Yes. Good.
Right. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, brethren.
Am
And
I
again,
done?
that's it.
Or
for
does
today.
anybody else have anything to say? Well, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, brethren. Have a safe trip.